It's been a while since I've gotten the chance to be on a Thunderpick broadcast, and I'm very happy to be here back for one as we have North America, the series number 1, as we have ourselves not underway immediately, but instead kind of getting through the group stage now at the deciding point, Paladin. We have ourselves 2 sets of matches to get through, don't we?
Yeah, exciting to see who gets to join some of the stalwart teams that we have in North America. M80 and Wildcard are the two that jump off to me, obviously, and to be among that company is going to be obviously fantastic for both of these teams that do eventually qualify.
Yeah. I think that they're definitely trying to push for something a little bit greater here. I think later on we're going to see a team, or rather a set of teams that are a little bit more new as far as like Counter-Strike is concerned. Always you're going to see some of the same faces meshing, intermittently throughout their careers. And I think that that's definitely going to be the story of later on. But right now it's been a little bit longer of a time period in which the first of our teams has really been together for. And I think that looking at Shimmer is very similar to them as well. Like their core is set, right? Like they've been playing together for long enough time where this is going to be one that's going to be a battle of, in my personal opinion, a heavy mechanical game. And I don't think that either of the two teams are necessarily shy of that, but it's going to need to be a major step up from certain individuals today. And maybe you can get a little bit into that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can kickstart that conversation if we can just start putting up the FarmVille roster, because if we want to talk about mechanics and wanting to rely on them pretty heavily, I mean, you look at top to bottom of the players that are involved here. And I mean, even their original roster that had Umar was like a big proponent of that. But even with this roster that you have here, CJ is no stranger to playing aggressive Counter-Strike. And I think Beaky and Sleepzork are both kind of adopting that play style as well. So because of that, obviously some of the numbers look pretty nice for them. I still think that there's still a lot to be desired in terms of mid-round calling and just late-round strategy.
Yeah.
But in a lot of situations, they kind of brute force their way through it, and that makes for some entertaining Counter-Strike at least.
Yeah, it definitely does. I kind of actually maybe misspoke a little bit because there has been a lot of changes going on with this roster recently, even getting some substitutions in. Beaky and CJ have been playing together for this project for quite some time now, with Savage intermittently joining the ranks and Sleepzork being the newest, with Vulcan as a substitute as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure that was what he had announced on Twitter, that he would be substituting for this team for this tournament. But even then, I think that if we're going to be talking about those two guys that you mentioned, I think those are the best ones to pull out, Beaky and CJ, right? Like those two have been predominantly the ones putting up the best of the numbers, and that's the players you would probably be expecting to do so given their pedigree, having been playing against the top echelon of North American Counter-Strike for so long. I think that they're the ones that are going to be going into this one and trying to take as many aim duels probably as possible. And then going on to the other side of things, looking at Shimmer, it's no secret as to who is going to be the aggressive entity of this team. I don't think that it's been any shortage of document that empathy is a nightmare to some teams sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've really been enjoying watching the supporting cast around her. Alice has been a revelation in terms of when she's gotten all the room to play her own game with the AWP, she can deliver. The problem is when she is under pressure, that's where some of the mistakes come out. But I do think that mechanically she still has the capabilities of being a top opera within the region. So for me, I think Shimmer, their floor is going to have to be raised, and that has to come down to a lot of the cast around Empathy and Alice. That's Serendipity, that's STX, that's Ava. These three that do tend to usually kind of surround themselves in anchoring duties. They have to find multis, and that's just the only way to make this one feasible. I don't see them winning man disadvantage situations on retakes. I don't see them doing that. I need to see them in post plants with the man advantage, and no matter what the side is, whether it's the T side or the CT side. But I think that comes down to how do your anchors perform, and I think Serendipity and STX are kind of the two main proponents that I'm looking at here to raise that floor.
Yeah, and I want to go back a little bit to the Alice Roar point, because I think that when they lost Fox, most people were probably a little bit concerned with what this team would form, right? Like what they would look like without one of their most integral pieces. I mean, clearly Fox was somebody who was sought after, seeing as they were brought over to FlyQuest Red not too long ago. And then going into Alice Roar's introduction, I think that you have a very good point about them kind of needing to be a part of that multi-kill madness point. I think you're going to be going and looking at a lot of these rounds, and Alice Roar isn't necessarily like a setup opper. Like they're not really supporting any of their teammates typically. They have enough of a cast behind them where that shouldn't need to be the case necessarily, but it's that pressure that you're talking about that kind of just mounts even greater when it's all relying on the fact that they're getting their trades, they're clutching into rounds where they're finding pullback kills, maybe 1 or 2 to make the riflers a little bit more comfortable to reintegrate. And yeah, man down situations, it simply isn't going to be fun if they're not in that scenario where they're more comfortable with the op in place, as well as the fact that they have a number of players supporting that. And I don't mean to be, you know, Debbie Downer or anything like that, but unfortunately Ava really hasn't lived up to what they need as a 5th for me just yet. I think statistically speaking is one thing, but if you're going to be looking at a lot of the individual moments where they need to be getting their 1 at least, it hasn't really been all that when it comes to the better teams in this region.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, Ava is a huge proponent of making sure that this team can sustain themselves at this level of the game. But I think another important topic here is the veto, and I would love to check that out at this point, because I think Shimmer will have to go into Mirage. I think there's no real other place that they can go, just because of how much I think I think their style really does suit a map like Mirage. They're pretty exec heavy on this map, but I do think that they can get into bomb sites pretty effectively. But the problem is that this entire pool is exactly what FarmVille would look for to not necessarily need the most complex mid-rounding. I mean, Mirage does to Ancient. All 3 of these maps can be very easily solved for them. So in my eyes, this still feels like an open and shut case, regardless of the fact that Shimmer do still get themselves Mirage and Ancient in the pool.
This is going to be one of those scrappy ones where I think that they're going to be very up in your face, I believe, Shimmer, to try and make this work, right? Like, that's kind of their game style, like a majority of the time, getting empathy up in the front lines and being able to find opening duels, catch their opponents off guard, reset, and then re-exec. And that's not going to be so easy when I think that that's going to be kind of similar, an idea maybe for the opposite side of things. I think that the FarmVille roster is going to be more than happy to kind of invite those challenges, and I'm kind of interested to see how the immovable object versus the unstoppable force will clash, how it'll end up working out, particularly on Dust 2. I mean, that mid pressure is going to be something I think could be entirely explosive or go out with a fizzle depending on who's on which side. And I think that as we go deeper into this series, should we get a 3rd mapper, that's where I'm actually going to be maybe scratching my head a little bit. I think that this, I'm with you, is probably most likely, I won't even say probably, a FarmVille comfort best of 3 to just close in 2. But yeah, if we get to that Ancient, then maybe, just maybe, they will have gotten themselves into a full enough swing where they can contest.
Yeah, I actually really do like Shimmer's adaptations in late round situations, and just their ability to think, you know, if the T-side plan doesn't work out 4 or 5 rounds in, how can we scrap together to get 3 or 4 at the tail end? And usually they have the answers, and they pummel that answer home to get that like that feasible T-side haul. And I think they can definitely do that on a map like Ancient, which, yes, you know, if you are a little bit more tactically sound, if you can manage to have that chemistry towards the late round, then you will be rewarded for it. And that's where I think FarmVille might fall over. So I think you're exactly right. If we do get that a decider, there is still definitely an edge that Shimmer could have. And I think just the big note for FarmVille and that they don't have is just the fact that they don't have elite calling. This is a team that is very heavily looking for those entries. But we'll hop in a game. We'll start on Mirage.
Yeah, and on top of that, just to give one last whoa, holy moly. All right, that was a lot more energy than I was expecting to come before our match, but look at, we got our Mirage ready to rip. And I am going to say that I also need to hark on the fact that this FarmVille team kind of having coming and going pieces might be a bit of a problem, maybe. Perhaps it could be something that will come back to hurt them and haunt them if they're not able to get their protocols out the gate, especially when it comes down to those rotations. And if Empathy is really able to dictate them on her own and they're at the front of the pack, it's going to be Savage actually searching for that information and looking for them to see if they're going to be getting their a little bit early warning system, but dead for their troubles.
Raid Boss P250 looks mighty fine, but here comes the rotations from both CJ and Beaky, the 2 stars of the show, finding 3 kills between the 2 of them. They got a fast flank brewing as well, but Alice is still cutting numbers down. How aware are they of how fast this flank is from Vulcan? This smoke is going to fade eventually, and they've got to put the bomb down, and eventually they do, and Vulcan can strike in the meantime. They positioned and found this player at the back of the bench, but Alice has got to stand and deliver. She's got to reload. Gets a fresh mag in the clip, but Beaky's still encroaching and finally finds the headshot. It's a little labored, but he ends with 3 in the round. And that is that highest statistic for FarmVille popping off once again.
Love to see that out the gate. And if you're going to be getting that bomb planted in 4 seats, he's killed. You got to wonder now if there's a question of a force buy, if they're going to be trying to put them in an early tomb and reset them to try and find a spree, as utility has already been found by Alice, and that's going to be below a threshold of finances where it only makes sense to then go for the armor and Mac 10 as well. But kind of toying with actually upgrading back to Galils even, where they have got 3 of them. It certainly isn't bad, and what this does mean as well is that the utility on both sides is going to be competitive, and I don't know if that's something that FarmVille are going to be ready for. They need to be able to go for a retake should they lose a bomb site and hold themselves a couple of bits and bobs. But these Mac 10s, closing distances won't be so simple. Ava's going to be kind of trying on their own to walk up mid. I'm not so sold on that, but back towards B. It's ever reliable.
Yeah, STX does get a trade. Nice little angle here from Sleepsork. Unrelenting to give up this angle. Surprising that he stays as long as he does, but he's never punished. Does get aided down to 9 HP. And rotation is coming through swiftly. They can play this out a little bit more slowly. I say that. They don't have a kit involved. CJ does have to spring his trap on the flank as quickly as possible, and more damage is being taken little by little, bit by bit. Alice now still finding damage in the back of the bomb site, but Serendipity is all alone, and she's been found out by Savage. So another bomb plant on this B bomb site, but 3 players kept up for FarmVille makes this a little bit more difficult for Shimmer to continue to reinvest.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could have been even more dangerous than that. 16, 34, and 9 on the HP points. That 1 versus 3 was entirely doable, seeing as Serendipity actually started it with a lot of HP to their name, and unable, with the little amount of ammo left after the spam to CJ that goes unforgiven. That's not going to be any time enough to get a reload off when they're around all sides of you. No coverage. This will be that save that you alluded to. They will be getting their buy up in the following, but this is where FarmVille can really start to stamp their name on Mirage early on their opponent's map pick, and it feels like it's already getting into that gear, although they were pressured on round number 1 and 2. I don't know what this next gun round is going to look like, but I can tell you it's going to be one hell of a bang.
For Sleepsork now, stands the test of time off a catwalk, but now still unrelenting in his aggression, still wants to fight forward, has been for quite some time, especially when you notice how he approaches some of these angles. He's not giving up angles as much. He's got a flash from a teammate as well to find that 3rd player, and you've got CJ to back you up into the underpass. This mid-hold is perfect, doesn't necessarily need any sort of utility help, and they close it down as swiftly as possible.
A decent supporting cast there for Sleepsork to just kind of take the fights as they please. They can even remain active as the flashbang pops on the opposite side of the box, and then the underpass is already under control. Well met are the pistols, and we get technical with it.
Oh, man.
I was going to say that this is a pretty big bummer, momentum killer, just a little bit for maybe not even the team, but for us. I mean, this is what we were anticipating. This was the build-up to what was supposed to be the big one, but 3 rounds that have gone by, it's Alice who's going to start this first gun round with a sniper rifle, and that's maybe better than that of what could have been the AK-47. I think that this is going to be a pretty major point of conversation in due time, because I'm not actually sure who will be picking up the AWP on this team of FarmVille now that Umar is no longer with us.
Yeah, it's a weird situation for them. They haven't really been opting in for it all too much. They've been perfectly fine with just managing, and then if the AWP does come up in conversation, they sort of juggle it around. There's not really one set player, which even when Umar was in this team, it didn't feel like he was heavily treating it like a primary weapon. He was very willing to play 5 rifle as well. So it just seems like the DNA of this team is, let's just get by. Like, we have a lot of holes in as a team, in terms of the development and calling and what have you, but they try to patch that up with the fact that they've got a lot of shooters on their team. And as you can see through the first 3 rounds of play, that is kind of what they're opting in for. You don't have the crazy flashes to set players up. You're not setting a magical trap in terms of a crossfire. Mm-hmm. It's just effortless multi-kills in terms of getting doubles and then making sure that the trades and spacings look good in the late round situations.
Yeah, curious to see how much they dedicate their bodies into one extremity or another in this round in particular, knowing that Alice undoubtedly does have an op, right? Like Savage getting into that apartments on the pistol round. Is that something that we're going to see as a reoccurring theme at some stage in this game where Shimmer are going to need to be on high alert? Are we going to see them maybe going on the opposite side of the map now, having already kind of seen that once before? So I'm definitely interested to see if they pull it back a little bit now, FarmVille, or if they kind of keep their foot to the floor. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but keeping that AUG, though, is beaky. I was going to mention that earlier on when I saw it, but I failed to. Things were going a little bit crazy in that B-bomb site, but I don't really see too many people actually opting into that weapon very often, so I'm definitely somebody who is always up for experimentation in Counter-Strike to see what's working, what's not, what's meta, what isn't, and right now I'm seeing that Beaky is farming up the unarmored opponents pretty nicely, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of the AK-47s and the AWP, will that scope actually make all that much of a difference? I'm not too sure. I was messing around with the Krieg a little bit recently and having fun with it.
Whoa. I mean, I get the AUG and using that, but the SG is crazy to me. I have not touched the Krieg.
Unscoped even.
That's wild. I mean, I guess if you tap with the Krieg, it's fine, unscoped.
Yeah.
But at that point, why not just have an AK, you know?
Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's fun.
It is fun. The noise is fun.
I would go into my level 10
nostalgia,
but
oh yeah, of course. Oh, you're level 10, by the way.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
wow, you're level...
no, after the reset, I'm not sure, but I'm 4 wins out of 10. I just haven't gotten back to playing again. Haven't been placed. I'm afraid.
But he was level 10, guys, before
the
rank reset.
Oh, God. Now I'm one of those people. Oh, no, dude. That was the worst. I was global before the rank reset. That's how they put on, like, their ESEA post for, like, a main team.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Steam bios.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite. The guys that did it in, like, the comp games. Those are awesome.
Like, they've got their peripherals and, like, their computer specs.
Yep,
like, people care. Yeah, okay, man. Well, I guess I'll copy you if I want to be good. Seems as if we're on the tail end of this tech. I can only hope.
I do think that we are pretty close to live here.
Sounds like it.
We're a couple minutes away. I hear a lot of typing. But if you're FarmVille, I think in their minds, they're probably not too worried about having to get their momentum back into play. I don't think they're that kind of team. For Shimmer, though, I feel like in their minds, it's like, we had a game plan, we had our ideas, and we just want to let it loose and just go into it, and they can't. They have to just sit there and just exist for a little bit and sit on that call for a bit. But I'll be curious to see what it looks like out of spawn, because I'm not expecting it to be something pacier. Probably not even an out of spawn execute either. I'd imagine it's just trying to quell any bit of aggression in mid, making sure that bottom con player can't swing out beyond bottom con smoke, making sure that the cap player feels a little bit of pressure. There just can't be this commanding look out at mid from players like Sleepzork and CJ. They've got to feel just a little bit of respect there, and I think that's what Shimmer have got to prioritize now.
Priorities. It's going to be as to who they're going to dedicate the resources to in the long term. I'm curious because it seems like you've gotten a little bit more of a look in on FarmVille than I have, given how you've described their, tactical side of things. So I am very curious to see now that they've had yet another shift, what they're going to look like when it does come down to that T side. But as we said in the veto, like these two maps really do just give in to the fact that everybody knows how to play Dust 2 and Mirage to a certain degree. There really shouldn't be all that many conversations as to any fixes. If you know a flashbang, a smoke, and how to entry path properly, you really got yourself set. I mean, really ain't a whole hell of a lot to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't think that they're reinventing the wheel on their T sides. It's really just, if there is an entry, we will converge and we'll try to trade our way into a site. There's no flashy, complicated default to try and fake a site or anything like that. You're not seeing anything too complicated. And while that does make for some really entertaining CS, there is a limit to that. And we'll see if Shimmer can break through that limit to start things out.
Flash into under, and what is that? It looked like SDX was actually still moving when they were shooting there on the Sleep Stork, who was blindsided by that one as they continue the pressure that we were expecting them to. They get kind of melted for it, and frankly, I feel as if that underpass kill could have been the round-altering one if Sleep Stork was just a little bit better for it, but Savage taking matters into their own hands, up into Palace, another walk-up that should be read and should be understood as the A player has not yet been spotted or seen. Eventually they shall. The gun is not pulled for the player bottom side stairs, but there's more en route, and this one's effectively a save outright. First 50 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is, I like the lack of hesitation there from Shimmer. You know, you instantly find a tag onto, I believe, a window player there or a bottom con player. I'm not necessarily sure, but either way, that's huge unconfirmed damage. It pushes Beaky off the angle. They have to now have a two-prong mid setup, and once the underpass play falls apart, making sure that you just take connector as soon as possible off of that was everything. And at that point, you know, the kills kind of present themselves eventually. I don't necessarily love how forward-facing the Palace player was in that situation, but again, you're not necessarily having any sort of support. You don't have any information off of ramp, off of jungle, or the site itself, so you do have to take a couple of risks there, and this time it doesn't pan out for FarmVille.
The first of many challenges on this map and in this series. Pass with flying colors. Another one to go at. Has a super majority of players in ramp. 4 of the 5 with 1 up in Palace as the nades come raining over. They're not going to waste any time, and Savage is going to need to know that. Tag them to jump back over into CT, spawn deeper up, try and see them. Seeing is all that they need to do right now, FarmVille, and they just can't. Well, not when the flashes are as good as that. And again, another round shut down in the first. Not 50, but this time like 25. What is going on?
Yeah, I love the creativity and the utility that they use. It always feels like they're finding the right places at the right time to place those flashes. And, I mean, essentially, that $200 investment essentially wins them the round. Ava has some freebies on a silver platter at the bottom of stairs. And FarmVille cannot repel what looked like essentially just an out-of-spawn call there from Shimmer. And that's money pretty low at this point. I mean, I think you can have some guns dropped over, but this is going to be a weird purchase here for this CT side. And I really like how Shimmer are approaching this. They're not overcomplicating things. I feel like sometimes they get lost in their own default, but this time they're making sure that they can simplify it and execute as quickly as possible.
It's miraculous how many times they're going to be able to get out something as far as a buy is concerned, FarmVille, but that miracle is going to run out. If they can't do it here and now, then I'm not so sure what to expect come the future. Beaky, the one wielding the AWP this time around, though, that conversation we had earlier being given a little bit of credence as they tossed it around over now to him. Sleep Stork has an additional $2,000. I'm surprised that he hasn't dropped one of his teammates' weaponry in favor of getting them utility, that or a FAMAS, but I digress. They have only 1 smoke left, though, and they've got themselves a B site that is heavily under pressure, under fire, though. With 5 players over at A, it worked out well. Will it? On the inverse, as their Molotov burns out bench, the second of them flushes the van, and Vulcan holds from outside the window, and the perfect setup, frankly, for them to actually have made a meal out of this one. That was with an AWP calling upon Ava before they can just go jumping out and trying to trade. That would be ill-advised.
Oh, while the flashes were
Good
perfect
Lord.
in the previous round, in this one, it doesn't nail either one of the players in that crossfire, Jail or in Get Right either. So it's basically free pickings for that CT side. This has been one of the more difficult crossfires to break up if the flashes are in the right place at the right time, and you can very clearly see the result of that. You will have an anchor double up there if they're not blinded. So I do like this continued very simple style of T side from Shimmer, just executions as soon as utility fades, but it seems like they might have found their limit after that beating on the B bomb site.
One over the top side of the smoke, one just on the edge of it. This time Vulcan on off duty. All right, well, that works out well enough, although he has been brought down to a point of HP that isn't great. There's a second hop on station that they weren't quite prepared for. Alistar was just hunting for Vulcan. Waltzes into their demise, and they want more and more and more. May as well just walk around this bend because, okay, a little bit of inaccuracy there as the movement wasn't quite fully at a standstill, but all's well that ends well for FarmVille. When it comes down to breaking out the AWPs, it's looking solid. And look, Paladin, I mean, we already kind of talked about it. I didn't think it would be happening to this extent, but the rounds ending, majority of them before a minute has even passed, is actually kind of wild.
Yeah, to me, I do like having a simple T side for Shimmer, but these rounds can very quickly end, and you're not really getting enough information to synthesize if you're the T side. How do you adapt for a situation if you have no idea at what the tendencies of the setups look like? That's the second or third time I think Sleepsork has tried to play in Valley or around some utility in bottom of connector, and there still hasn't been any sort of punishment or necessary adaptation from Shimmer to deal with that position. And
there's
with
no evolution.
yeah, exactly. And the only reason why they aren't evolving is because they just don't have the information to play around with. They're not playing into rounds as long as possible. I think now that's where the priority has to come down to. I mean, of course, with the lesser weaponry, maybe you do just call another A execution, but I think they've got to figure out what's going on in mid here before making any other decisions as far as this half develops.
Not really able to send any one player, it feels like, at this point out on their own. They're going to attempt to do so now with a player on late lurk, make it 2. A bait and switch setup perhaps for that Tech 9 and the AK to later show themselves as everything else goes down in the A site. A boost, STX to go up silently, so you have to now know that there is somebody else there as well. And this A site's now seen flashbang thrown upon it before the smokes reach the fade, or rather bloom. Beaky's seen them going in on entry, so yeah, that's tough. Stairs and jungle were entirely visible for at least a second as they had gone into the sight lines of each of those players. It wasn't all that difficult for them to just continue to either hold mouse 1 or just pull the trigger on the big green.
Yeah, rare misstep there from a Shimmer execution. Smokes are in the right place, but players swing before they bloom, and that really causes their downfall. I don't necessarily see them making mistakes like that all too often, and here's where, you know, a team like FarmVille can really run away with this game when they're getting confidence like this and you're getting players to multi-kill in the fashion that they are. Savage still hasn't allowed for CJ to fire off a bullet. Sleepsork is finding a double on his own as well. It's just Eva late out of A main, and she can only find one. It's FarmVille just racking up rounds here, and this double op setup is not feeling any sort of pressure.
This is one of the faster games of Counter-Strike I've seen on Mirage in quite a minute here. You know, taking out the tech timeout that we had, at least. Feels like it's been a total of maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes total in actual Counter-Strike gameplay. So, I don't know if maybe a slow is needed, a retake of that mid on a second timing, but right now they're going to go in on the first, and there's 3 players, 1 scaling already in amidst that smoke. It's CJ who's gone from bottom of mid, 2 of his teammates looking to do the same, and he's going to make his mark on this if he gets his moment around this smoke, and they've just let him go by. Spam straight down the line, and the A1S is just accurate enough, and so too is Beaky's Sniper, as they've gotten a 1 versus 3, and again and again and again. These rounds just live and die in the first openings, and there's no recourse for Shimmer after it's gone wrong.
Yeah, there's 8 to 9 players in the middle of the map there, and hold on a second. Ava has got a 1-on-3 teed up, and Savage on 1 health. She scooped up the bomb. She's got a full belt of util. Critically lacking a smoke, which would help, but she'll be moving back over to this A bomb site, which unfortunately is the wrong call. Maybe by the time she gets there, there's indecision, and seems as though Beaky and Savage want to move back over through the murder hole. Potentially feigning a rotation over to B, but they'll split 1 and 1. Savage on that 1 HP, so it is the higher HP of Beaky to take that first duel, but he was still got plenty of time to suss out where this is, and can throw a deep Molotov to push off a CT here. But she still wants to shave off one more player before getting the bomb down. But she's running out of time.
No way.
She's going to have to give up a sound cue here. If she does go to B, that's a real problem. But she does hear a sound cue rotation into CT. But she's going to have her gun not out into the market window. And Savage, on just a sliver of HP, gets it over the line.
That is just so tight, man. Savage, perfectly placed for that to be the case. Oh my lord, 9 seconds left as they come through that. If he had gotten a little bit antsy and maybe tried to run it away, he might have been in an awkward moment where neither of them had their weapon out. And she was just on the run in his direction, trying to chase him down, but not to be the case. They've got another buy up. The loss bonus will be making for that much. 4 players fragged. Even then, barely a dent in FarmVille and what they'll be able to post on the remainder of this defense, I can only imagine. Sleep Zork, maybe a little overzealous and just going for a wide swing there out into the open of mid with the left and right side boxes shown. He's going to only be going 1-for-1, something that favors Shimmer and something that hasn't happened in quite some time, it feels like. And at that, we've got the reset, the one that we've been long awaiting, the chance for them to be able to do so, but they've only got one set of utility now left, but it's already just been whipped out.
It looks like they're going to go straight through that con smoke, actually, and Beaky does have a bit of a sightline. He'll nade open that smoke. Oh, they needed to hit that shot, but can't actually nail it. Now, he'll flash himself into the fray yet again, but Ava is very quick to respond on the edge of that. So Vulcan will try his hand at the 1-on-4. Has time to aim down one. Spots a second, but that was the shot that he needed to hit to really make this clutch a possibility. Sure, he's got a kit on his back, but there's just too many positions to actually suss out here that I don't think this one's ever going to happen. And Shimmer do still find one off the back of probably that overzealous play from Sleep Zork, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. If he had gotten like 1 and then dipped, or 2 even and then died, then maybe it would have been a worthwhile maneuver. And despite them being at the top of the board, sometimes it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
This gap, not unclosable. I mean, they've got 5 in between them to where Shimmer are starting to show little bursts of, I wouldn't say brilliance necessarily, but just the counter-strike that needs to be played in order to counteract what FarmVille have employed on their defensive thus far. Now this makes a lot more sense. Going in with not only another teammate, but as well as a flashbang, that fight is one much better for Sleep Zork. That's the rectification of what was a major misstep and maybe the last of these rounds, but still more work to be done.
And look at all these flashes all over the place, trying to blind up players and get kills back, but in all the commotion, Alice actually finds the evening kill. Puts a lot of pressure now on CJ to perform. He's going to play within the smoke. Basically play on the left-hand side and then play the fade. But that does put a little bit more pressure on Savage here, who's basically alone. And with that smoke coming up on TopCon, he's really going to have to keep his wits about him. So many angles to keep in check. CJ now, with that smoke gone, looks towards Catwalk, but he's missed the timing. Alice and Serendipity have gotten in, but there still is a 2-player crossfire on this B bomb site. Indecision from Shimmer right now. Player in Con, player in Cat. Where do they end up?
They've got deep player in ramp though, and oh, that might actually be the player they need to win out right now. Savage. Oh, a hook shot from the player dropping off the balcony. Kills them. Switches over to jungle. They've already gone in towards that area of the map where the ops in between both low health. Player 21 at a clip. 21 seconds as well. I'm not so sure this is the best weapon for the job, but they have no way of ever getting anything different. It's going to be a plant that's required. They've got full belt utility to utilize as well, though. Are they shown from Catwalk? Sleep Zork. This will be an easy one, as there is no 4th to be found. That is a damn near close one, where if there's just one singular bullet that goes out from the chambers of the AKs a little bit faster, then maybe that's around for Shimmer then and there.
Yeah, it's just such an unfortunate sequence of that player dropping out of Palace. That is a pretty round-defining kill. but did still feel like in general Shimmer just weren't on the same page. There were too many cooks in the kitchen there trying to figure out what's going on catwalk and hoping to split into B, and then also trying to find a kill up con and maybe split into A. When your bomb is torn between those two ideas, it's always going to be difficult to end on a specific site with enough players alive. That feels like it cost them. Now FarmVille is their turn to simplify their playbook. A molly and a smoke up in an A, trying to get up close and personal with these Glocks. Savage finds a double.
Savage starting to really get into this match, and this is kind of the time if you wanted to close it out where that's going to be entirely welcomed by the remainder of FarmVille. A deep distance for that Glock of Beaky, but his teammates are still up close and personal. Entrenched in these engagements where empathy does at least enable them a little bit of room to wiggle, but a reload at the front side of triple. Vulcan still near enough by, and the dual Berettas have their spam out, one shot, all that will be needed to Beaky, and he might need to just not take the bait. He might need to just let this assumedly not be the full stick, and he does. He counts down the timer, but he still doesn't peek out. It's 10 seconds that Ava will be waiting, and that is everything for them, but will it be enough? It's 5 seconds left, and it's down to the wire, but I believe that they've just about done it. Yes. The HUD lied. The HUD absolutely lied.
Yeah.
Oh,
it made me think that I think he only would have swung if he heard the 10-second timer go off.
He counted 9 seconds in his head, I think.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's really just a matter of a half second there. But
Ava was somebody I was criticizing earlier too, might I just interject really quickly, and I'm actually pretty impressed with that in particular. That is a huge difference, I think, in just decision-making between her and Beaky.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think she stepped up massively in terms of some multi-kills in this game so far as well to keep this Shimmer squad above water right now. And now you're starting to see a little bit more of a foothold in mid here. The force buy for FarmVille not working out just yet. They're trying to get out mid, but Empathy's playing up close and personal. She'll continue to encroach. Should have this kill dead to right. Spots another player out, but doesn't overcommit. Smartly so. Waits for another teammate right behind her. And if they do want to recommit there, it's a possibility. Sound cue given from Serendipity, but it shouldn't matter.
Oh!
Okay, spotted out. Wow, that's actually so unfortunate. He spots up one barrel and expects that he's waiting for the full body, but doesn't actually get a chance to shoot.
He is dead, but doesn't even know it yet, really. 33 HP on this MAC-10. It was a good burst out from stairs. It was a headshot that had collected a couple extra bucks, but they needed a bomb plant if they were going to go for another buy later on. If they can get just one more, then that could be something to speak on, but this is just a full preemptive spam and spray to the ramp, hoping that somebody will have been there. Nobody is home. Reload out in the midst of the open, and Beaky doesn't even know where he's going.
Definitely just wanted to die at that point. But FarmVille do not convert the force buy. And for a team that would like to generate enough momentum to just get it over the line on this T side, just get by, they're not going to be able to just walk over Shimmer at this point. Shimmer now should have a pretty easy conversion here. And with that cutting the lead down to potentially 3, that puts a lot of pressure on that first gun round and makes this look a whole lot different of a game. But, big but, there's a huge flash from Beaky and a huge opening on this B bomb site and a dink taken on Alice.
Incendiary recovered from a body, a smoke just as well held by Savage that needs to be thrown. Honestly, need to get a little bit of room to get your teammates back into this site. They're just going to be jiggling one after another to try and find them. Empathy's run out of ammo and then just switching to the sidearm, seemingly like they're favored for that. But CJ's flank, Sec 9, one step back turn, and Alice was already low. This is a problem, a major one at that. They're on the same angles, but yet to reload is Empathy. It's a USB also running out of ammo. The STX's back is turned, and how is this the way that this has collapsed?
This is another issue that I have sometimes with Shimmer when they're on these comebacks. They drop the ball on the freebies. That is a poor decision being made by that B anchor there, playing too far forward, eating the flash. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily her fault that she eats the flash, but movement was just not clean enough to get around the corner and drop a defensive smoke. And as soon as that one kill comes through, it's just so easy for the team to swarm the B bomb site. Doesn't matter what guns you have. And for FarmVille, they're essentially gifted one on over off of a couple of well-placed flashes. Not something that I expected out of this T side, but one that I'm sure they'll be happy to welcome. And look at what that does to the money of Shimmer. Just one deagle, really, and armor on empathy, and that's about it. You've got a 5-7, sure, but it's armorless.
I feel as if the retake was also just kind of slow. I feel like they could have just gone in. I mean, they know two players were in the apartments and empathy speeds up, but they, at that point, actually also sacrificed their ability to reload by doing so. So, I don't know. A little bit disjointed in how they want to work their way around that late round scenario, but early into this one, we see them kind of inching their way up mid, and then eventually the full-on sprint into the A site on the split with two players dead in the water. A buy to be put together now, I mean, doesn't really scream all that much fortune to them. They've got still an M4 in the hands of Savage, whilst none of these players have head armor. I'm not so sure that it'll come into play, but it very well could. And given the fact that they also have two MP9s and utility kind of sprinkled amidst each and every one of them, it's a convo point to where maybe they want to get themselves a little bit more stacked up in one direction or another in the mid-round Shimmer, but pretty standard as of right now. A double cat setup, though. That's a little bit deviated.
Yeah, but they will take first chance to fire off, but nobody connects there. It's actually STX from Khan that'll find the opening entry, and that's a big pickup to find. CJ's been a monster here in mid.
And then just trying to keep them at bay, dumping a lot of their nades. Maybe even double Molly Palace there, or that was maybe just a spectator sound bug. But regardless, it shouldn't be all that big a deal. It's going to be the moments where it comes down to gun v gun that matter all the more, and STX being softened from their earlier win, it's not going to be so simple to find anything more. Already crossing closer to connector. Shoulder has been seen. Savage knows that STX is unaware of his position, so there's only a matter before he begins the walk up, I only figure. But actually asking Vulcan to activate earlier. What is that?
Oh my goodness, 30 HP for STX, that she still comes out on top. Serendipity does go down in the meantime, so there's a slight gap here. But Alice cannot miss a shot, and if she does, that's where this A defense completely falls apart. Now that she's gone down, Beaky can come out up through the con side. And with the C4 punched in, Beaky and Sleepsork have another chance at some heartbreak.
Quicker retake. This is a much faster one, the one that I was hoping to have seen earlier on against the pistols, but now against the rifles, it looks a little better. That incendiary, it's CT incendiary. I think he might go through that. It's a stick, no, a tap, but Beaky will still go inward, and he will once more lose in that scenario, despite it being an upward battle. The fourth kill cannot be found. Shimmer stay alive, and that is entirely all down to STX getting 2 on that MP9. It has to be said.
Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly what you're looking for from your anchor, and that's kind of what I mentioned in the pre-show, is that the only way that Shimmer can stick around here is if they put FarmVille into difficult clutch situations, in man disadvantage situations every time. And while it was very close there, you got to also give credit to Empathy for keeping her cool in the clutch, making sure to get off the bomb there with that incendiary down, knowing all the onus is on Beaky, and easily putting in that headshot. Now, with the bomb plan and max loss, FarmVille will continue to reinvest. STX will play ahead of this utility, and it's red. All of that sound cue being given over was read by CJ, and now Empathy's got a whole world of hurt around the corner. She does find one and doesn't give up the angle here. Still willing to duel as much as possible. Wants to fight ahead of the utility, but finally will go down. Vulcan is there. Alice continues to chime in, though. But with that top con smoke, gives an opening to this B bomb site.
Down for the murder hole backstab. This should be Beaky having the game in his hands. I think that he heard Serendipity just kind of jumping about on the outside a window. Yeah, and if he didn't, they're not really close enough to one another where they will have met. Seems to be a done enough deal, and the run back to save what little they have to operate on, and what will be them playing up against map point on their pick. I can't figure that there's going to be a whole lot to really supplement that.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, Serendipity will essentially have only the only gun moving forward. Alice will likely have a gun. I mean, yeah, that's an MP9 max, and I'm assuming pistol armor for everybody else involved. This is probably one of the worst situations you can be in to try and defend your honor. 6 map points for FarmVille. And I'll be honest, Tony, this feels like their best opportunity at a chance in making this a 3-map series.
FarmVille has the electric that surrounds their name now. Seems that almost everybody is coming to full swing. Savage had like a 2.5, 3-round burst of brilliance, and there's one as they just run him down. So, given now that everybody else has been more than ready to salvage whatever is left, seems like that will be the case. There's one under the balcony, spammed by CJ, finished by Sleepsork and STX with the rifle at B, all too far a ways away. And through this smoke they spam, they'll find some kills, but it is going to be a 2-way street. It's a 1-way ticket.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to FarmVille there for finding everything that they're looking for there in terms of a T side. It wasn't necessarily the most complicated thing you've ever seen, but it was decisive. You know, they were always making sure that they could put their mechanics on display as much as possible. I feel like a lot of times there are some North American teams that are chock full with talent, but don't know how to properly utilize it. And I feel like FarmVille have figured out that secret sauce of just saying, okay, this is how we're going to operate our mid defaults, and we're just going to capitalize on anything that we get.
Yeah, if nothing else, it felt like that there was a lot of communication lines going on between them when it came down to what they wanted to do, even if it wasn't like well drilled, or rather, even if they didn't get the time to drill themselves as a team and being able to do something like that. It looked like that they were pretty competent and then some when it came down to really just outclassing them with their nades as well as their positions. I mean, one round, Sleepsork goes a little bit too far a ways away, but other than that, he didn't stray that far away from the game plan following, and that's what really brought them over the line with the confidence already having being built going into that second half. It was really a lot to tear down for Shimmer, and they began that journey. They certainly did. They got their foot off on the right step, and I think that there was a world in where I was believing in something to come, but that next round that we had seen, maybe it was the third round even, where there was the B site collapse with the CJ 3K backs turned. Yeah, that really kind of just tore it all down for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, I always feel like Shimmer is a round away from getting a big win, or you know, a clutch away from getting a big win, and they always fall short in these kinds of situations. And I always say that they can learn from them, but at what point do you say that enough is enough, this is too much to take, and you have to make a roster move? I mean, it's a very interesting line that they have to walk now, and I'll be curious to see when they have to cross that line for this team. But hey, I'm not going to rule them out just yet in this series. They've still got another bite of the cherry on Dust 2. That is FarmVille's pick, though, and we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll see if FarmVille can complete the sweep, or if Shimmer have a little bit more something to say.
I got this. Dust 2, everybody's favorite, a classic, as we have ourselves quite the uphill battle for Shimmer right now to try and pull away their opponent's map pick, given they were only able to secure 6 rounds on that of their own. It's a tough one, but it's not going to be impossible.
Absolutely, but problem for Shimmer rather is that FarmVille get to start on the T side. They get to set the tempo. STX just goes charging up middle here to start things out. That's an insane little tap there from Alice before the smoke plumes in her face. So they do have themselves a 4-on-4, but Ava is already being encroached upon, and the cross smoke is in. So these T's are going to be bearing down on this A bomb site very quickly now.
It's going to be CJ, the one to try and hold for there to be a peek from the catwalk, but it's standoff they need to be a little bit more in tune with, because they're around the bend and waiting to show themselves off contact made, and eventually they're wide. They're a linear line as they get much better and more difficult to maintain set of fights for the T's, but eventually they just start to spray. CJ, he gets his double, so too is Beaky as they combine to finish out the round in its entirety as they get this one off to a great start. It's that T-side start that they really needed to stamp out, though, Shimmer, and couldn't quite do it. Looked like they had just about everything they would have needed. It's just the shots from those Glocks. I mean, the pace in which they can send them is just too great.
Yeah, I just like the micro decisions being made by FarmVille. They spot a couple players coming up the elbow. There's no reason for a player to as a T to swing all the way into elevator, but they do anyways, and it basically changes the complexion of the round. It gives a little bit more aggression for FarmVille to mount up the new box, and it looks very easy to convert the round from there. A small little attention to detail that they show, and honestly unconsciously in the way they play, is what makes them a pretty fun team to watch.
Ava's got the MP9 on a pretty solid angle to maybe deal with CJ as the first of them, and the HP doesn't really support very many other members, but that won't come to play. It won't come to last. The scout is just too far removed, and he's already gotten this bomb planted now. So the save is all that Alice Aurora is going to be hoping for at this point. Some shots to be popped onto any of these hunters may be a worthwhile and welcomed moment for a gun to be grabbed if he can get closer and closer, though Vulcan being the one to spot out where they're at. But nope, they're going to pull away just a little bit. All of them not too keen on dying, I can only imagine, with AK-47s in particular, but maybe not.
I think they'll be happy to hold on to these, but yeah, they did give one over. Savage can scoop up that gun, you'd like to think. Okay, guess not. But Shimmer will hold on to that scout for Alice, who did have some impact with it for sure, but is going to have to be very mobile to keep it involved. After she shoots off a bullet, it's basically just trying to avoid that for FarmVille. Or, I mean, the way that they've been playing, they'll go right at her.
Right around through long, not wasting much time and getting closer and closer on that corner side, flushing out car. No one to be spotted on top of A just yet. Eventually, two will be stacked with that scout just now getting towards CT, not able to help in any way possible. Double dink almost instantly, like serendipity there, but it will amount to very much nothing following. SMGs already flood up through the catwalk as there was one that was killed on the backside. That AK is unretrievable. And here come the guns, the big ones. That was where Shimmer had given us a little bit of an early look into some success stories over on Mirage. And unfortunately didn't last, but this is a lot earlier in the game for that, being the CT side that they begin with, so maybe they can turn that tail around.
So, but this isn't a great start to the round. The Sleep Sword gets to blue bin, but it's just blinded up for ages. I was going to say he had a great position to maybe find an opening 5-on-4, but not to be. It's the other way around. FarmVille do get up cat, though. They get up very quickly, and Alice hears pretty much all of it. So they cut noise now, but STX rather, and Empathy, this whole long crew is well aware of what's coming. But how do they respond?
Molly to the site. SMG to get closer than anybody else and try and make space for them to swing. They've done a good job at that, but they haven't gotten any kills off being able to do so, and they only have the one Molly left. So they're going to need to maybe get a little bit more involved up towards Catwalker down into CT, because Long is swarming with Shimmer members, and they can isolate duels down beneath. That Molly will slow them from their initial walk-in, but it looks like they're taking their sweet time. They've gotten only the one kid on Alice Roar, and they are in CT spawn, so if they go down so soon, these riflers are going to need to get a top of it, but nobody hitting their shots whatsoever from FarmVille is going to be an uncharacteristic change-up. CJ's got a couple to offer us, however. Had to be seen even then. A little bit overzealous there from the swing back on top of that bomb. They're just now getting towards that kid that I mentioned. Looks like they've not got
No
time.
way!
I can't believe it.
No way!
I can't believe I prophesized that op dying would be what loses them the round.
That is a 1-on-5. That is a honest to God 1-on-5 from CJ the King, and you don't see that happen ever. And that is a calamitous error from Shimmer all throughout. You swarmed out through long side. You've got a player rotating in through cat. Smoke the bomb and get on it, but it just doesn't happen. The priorities were just not straight there for the CT side, and they pay the ultimate price.
Wow. That's kind of wicked. That's one of those that he can just tack onto his HLTV as a 1 versus 5 for the sake of them falling apart on their own. Great shots, I will say, the ones that CJ did hit. But now, on the AK, the head on the ledge, 2 of them no less are going to be taken away from them. Empathy, they think that she is stuck in with them. No, 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 my friend, it's the other way around. You are stuck in with Empathy. What a round to come alive after what was a necessary victory, it felt like, in the last. Already on now for the ace and not so far from it, but Vulcan still giving it a look in. Another collect for FarmVille? Surely not.
Definitely not at this point. Bomb is dropped in cat. They should be able to surround it at this point. I mean, Vulcan can throw utility, sure, but it's not really going to do anything in terms of a distraction. Especially when the package is right there.
They think he's A.
I mean, that might be the case. It would be a potential freebie in the form of this lower player, but there's always going to be a response. There's a player top mid, there's a player catwalk as well. So even though Vulcan should get one here, say should, but even Ava's jiggling this angle. There's that kill. She does get a dink, and that's big. Empathy can now smoke off the bomb. 15 seconds left on the clock. Vulcan's found out this other player, but Serendipity very smartly switches over to the sidearm. Doesn't want to leave it to chance. And Shimmer will avoid another round of embarrassment.
That's superb stuff. Headshots on top of headshots. MVP of the round? Yeah, I think so. Pistols now. FarmVille on their first round in defeat are humbled in what they will be able to afford. The site does have a good number of players on the in and outsides of it. They won Catwalk pretty quick, though, having gone through and cleared out all of the tight nooks and crannies. Alice were on the op just then, pulling off of the angle. Might have been the worst time because there's a jiggler who's just seeing what's up. So now they've actually forced Shimmer pretty deep into their setup pretty early, but I mean, that is the best possible scenario for Shimmer, given that there's only one flash, one smoke. Taking those distances will be ideal. Unless they can just get this kill on the ramp player.
Yeah, that P250 headshot certainly makes things a little easier here for these pistols to cut down some space.
Oh,
Gun should be recovered. Oh, that nade is good. It's Trunky on a sleep soak. They would have liked to have found Vulcan. But the gun isn't even necessarily scooped up, so they do get the bomb down, but they're doing it with just these pistols. And now again, Vulcan will take that first point of contact to at least get a little bit of info here But now Sleepsword goes down. This should be an open and shut case. They've got a molly to push off some of these players as well. And they're just going to stick this. Surely no shenanigans come about this time, and this time it definitely won't happen. They'll find themselves a second.
No more cat calamities. This one ends as intended, but that bomb planted is also going to be a lifeline for FarmVille. They didn't really need a whole hell of a lot, but that's just enough to really get them in conversation for a buy that has some legs to it. One Galil. Not the end of the world. The AWP getting active and under. This could be something special because CJ is the only one over there, and this is a pincer maneuver, needing the one, a necessity in order to get this round really any further for FarmVille after that point in play, because now they can communicate that it's A. There's one here on this corner. Serendipity drops a defensive smoke and now knows they're on the other side of it, and frankly kind of stuck from it.
Good nade. It actually kicks open that smoke, and Serendipity will find one more and plenty of damage. Still stays alive in the car. That molly is not spreading. Finally it does, and there's a way to punish, and there it is. Vulcan somehow pulls 2 kills out of a hat. Still another couple of CTs in this area. The AWP rings off. Figured out where Ava's gone off to, and that's the main kill. It's down to this AWP. HP doesn't matter at this point with Sleepsword down to 8 HP, but Alice nails the shot regardless. Shimmer now gaining momentum on the comeback.
Yeah, a storm is brewing. I like that. Says it in the top right there as they begin to get them consecutively. You can see that there certainly is something coming. A tie. FarmVille are drained once again. Should be in the cards. Now, talking about Vulcan in that last round, I thought that they were pulling away with almost enough to really make something out of that round. The 2 taps on the top and bottom site players swiftly on the sides of that smoke, but couldn't quite get it over the line. Ava is in hot water. Good hell. That is STX doing their damnedest to also get integrated prior to there being any sort of a post plant. Whoa. Okay. The USP will seemingly be a fine and dandy addition to their arsenal, but Vulcan the linchpin.
Vulcan now is seemingly thinking that he's got a free reign into this A bomb site. That should have been it. Serendipity should have converted that. Oh, there is an HG, absolutely. Got to get the gun back out, and Empathy does. Minute left on the clock now. They know where the bomb is. Alice has spotted out Savage on the fallback, but this time it's just going to come down to raw mechanics. Savage knows where both of these players are and just have to stand up and fight. He finds the first, and he nails the headshot on the second as well. Huge work there from Savage in the 1-on-2, and that's a brutal sequence to lose there from Shimmer after all that hard work.
That damn CT incendiary, man. It does nothing to stop and or meaningfully damage Savage before dedicating to the duels and finding the both of them on a burst of a spray in one clip needed with barely any vision on the last of them. Accuracy reigns supreme. Oh, okay. Well, that is not great. That's going to sting. So too will the bullet that's just ripped through CJ's skull. And in addition to that, the long play doesn't quite work out either.
Flashes are okay at best, and Serendipity combined with Alice find what they're looking for. Now, flashback up in the mid. Another chance for Alice, but doesn't come to be. Instead, tried and true cat control established for FarmVille. They toss in that cat smoke. Beaky going buck wild here at mid doors, but doesn't spot anything. Considering the mid-B split with the remaining cavalry they have, but they're going to have to still sell a little bit of cat presence. Either way, it still feels like they've done enough to keep 3 players on this side of the map.
It is just gapped enough where they could kind of just isolate those B players if they're quick about it, if they're snappy, but they have no way of actually knowing. So instead, they'll just go into this A site with the smoke to try and cover the corner, but Alice is already ahead of it, a little wider than they may have been anticipating. And Serendipity's low HP won't matter if she goes unchecked. There's the bomb planter, who's not ready for it in the slightest, and Beaky wielding the op. Pretty reliable over on Mirage, looking pretty solid right now as well. I'm not going to say anything too crazy. What are we witnessing from Beaky? A no-scope as STX can't quite react in time. It would have taken a sneeze to collect on that kill. The time just isn't there, though, and he'll try and live for just a little bit longer and complete the 4K. Okay, all right, okay.
Oh my goodness, how many times am I going to see a highlight reel from Cat? It's just unreal.
Ugh.
That no-scope is just filled. Doesn't net him around, but boy, does it do plenty of damage on the way out. Yeah, that's the best part, right?
Yeah.
It looked really, really cool.
Yeah. Isn't that what Counter-Strike is predominantly about? That it looked pretty cool?
Absolutely.
I feel like that's
Why else do you spend 4,750 every round?
Yeah. Spend very little amounts of money to get a B site with only one CT on it. Eventually, the cavalry will return and getting a little bit scrappy, but the nade dropping them even then, it's all fair. And Beaky, let's see, a 1v5. Got a minute and 20 to do it. Get on it. That would have been a pretty nice shot to have early with nobody else really around, but Empathy gets even further on the aggressive side and not recovering a secondary AWP, although having been known to do so, I think, in this team, historically speaking. But, I mean, all the more useful on the rifle at this stage in the game. Tech9's a Deagle. I mean, the spread of finances given that Beaky was broke having saved that AWP once before, it just makes this kind of a toughie. The next round of this is going to be even more so.
Flash was good, but you aren't actually able to get anything out of it. Only Deep Cat to establish a little bit of control, but Alice has not been pushed off the angle just yet. She still has an opportunity to fire off one before falling away. Mid control also being considered here for FarmVille. They get into the base of the door. They're able to drop a smoke, crisscross smokes, mind you. So Ava's going to have a difficult time getting enough information off of this, but that nade is fantastic. It finished off Vulcan, and she can stand and deliver for a second, but isn't able to do so. Luckily, the spam from Empathy through the CT smoke is plenty good. Savage will find one, but I was going to say goes down, still finds another. CJ has an opportunity at one more, but that'll do it. Serendipity on the fadeaway will also find another, and Shimmer have taken the lead.
Yeah, this is a stable CT side, I would say. I think they've really come together. It's that one mishap maybe reminiscent that of Mirage, where they were unable to fend off the B-bomb site post-plant, where Savage on this time, I think, in that 1 versus 2 is going to be that. But again, I said it earlier, this is so much more time for them to be able to make those kinds of mistakes or just lose those kinds of rounds, not really need to sweat because there's so much more time left. Their backs weren't up against the wall, playing in a second half already, kind of being a little bit walked on, but right now being as tight as it is, they level themselves, steady their shoulders, and look to hold off what was the alluded to ugly investment that were to be FarmVille after a force with only 2 Galils now, 2 Mackies, a Deeg and no control. Got immediately smoked off with Vulcan really being once more the player on his own who needs to make the difference eventually. He's on that catwalk waiting for his time to strike, and they may actually hunt him out.
Yeah, this is a little worrying here for Vulcan. He's got to fight with his life. He plays a semi-anti situation, but yeah, the clear is even better there from Shimmer, and now they can turn all their attention to this long play. You're hoping STX could find one, but it's only Empathy to find anything in terms of a repelling here. A bomb should be able to go down. A vault up has been heard. And okay, there's the long lurk. This should be an open and shut case for Shimmer. Reload comes in safely. Nade should do some solid damage, softens up these T's even more, and they're gonna try to fight forward in the cat, but should have this one under lock and key. Serendipity chimes in for 1. Savage on 2 health will be overkilled by the Alice AWP. So Shimmer, after a couple of calamitous rounds, actually come out in this CT half with the lead.
I wasn't so sure for a second there, given Serendipity at long was low. That could have been one of those Mac 10 bursts just killing them and being like, oh, dead at long, up on cat, let's try and isolate, but they make their bed and they have to sleep in it. Pistol round is upon us. The site, or side rather, that was favored for the side of FarmVille, given this was their map pick. They finally have it, so will they be able to prove to us as to why Dust 2 was their selection? Because it was quite a trouncing on Mirage to the point where I figured that they wouldn't struggle all that much on this map, but I wasn't, again, going to write it out or off. Vulcan can just tap, tap, tap and hope to find the heads. Only the one damage to the next of them, to which Beaky will take for 3B, jumping, dinked, and that may be a little bit too much for me. Still a 4v3.
Yeah, still very doable here for Shimmer, considering low HP for Beaky and the lack of kit, more importantly. Ava now takes first contact, gives up a couple of positions here, and they're going to continue to encroach. Beaky trying to synthesize all of this together on his own. Savage is still finding heads. Same goes for CJ, and Beaky doesn't even go down. It's a flawless retake here from FarmVille.
Wicked.
And Shimmer are doomed. Great little production flourish there. I love that. How do you do that? You don't see that on, you don't see that in an IEM. I'll tell you that much.
Thunderpick greater than IEM. You heard it here first. Paladin speaks.
Clip it.
Clip it and ship it. I like Thunderpick Productions. I'm not gonna lie. I've always been a pretty big fan. I like the HUD. I like the HUD in general. I like how it's set up.
I've always liked the HUD.
It's always, yeah, I've always been a fan of that. But something about the fonts of the player names is also kind of warm to me. I don't know. Not very many a time will I actually, like, I feel like actively and outwardly, like, be like, huh, I like this HUD when I'm casting, because it's usually just like, you know, do the job, deliver the message. But it does help when things are easily visible. Vulcan being run on. The bomb site is under search and seizure. Already having found one, needing to get dropped back into the site to get any more. Will do so, but it isn't going to be enough to make this one a cut and dry round win. This smoke is deep. CJ peeking ahead of it. Beautifully done. And actually activating a much more doable retake scenario given that.
Ooh, Empathy playing with fire there. And there's smoke up on the tunnels as a late lurk decides to come out through. They still don't have a kit involved in this situation. That's a weird placement of the molly. The smoke doesn't actually bloom all the way though, and it was falsified information that gave a free kill over to CJ and completely unravels the round there for Shimmer. If that smoke hits, I think that's round 1 for the T side.
Yeah. The molly also didn't bounce properly. It was,
yeah.
Well, one hell of a round for the nades not to hit. 2 of them, the most important, 3 actually, as a matter of fact, including that smoke. So yeah, once again, it feels like Shimmer kind of, what's the word? I think there's a different phrase from this, but for the lack of a better one, losing to themselves. It feels like they kind of had that one. It wasn't the round they were supposed to win or expected to win by any stretch, but you know, by the time that they had gotten into that spot, it felt like it were. B-bomb site is a cruel, cruel mistress for CTs. So, like, once you're in, there's pretty decent chances that you're gonna stay in. I like this position from CJ. If you were to stick with it, because these pistols are gonna be tough to get those clears out, but the same could be said now for the mid spot as the split is there, but the nades to blow the smoke. They need to just hit one singular shot to give them a way to walk, a path, but no such thing, no dice.
Oh, it's just Alice now. 1 on 4. And it's a nice idea to at least get them out of the mid doors, but one well-placed nade basically finds everything that FarmVille were looking for, and it's a domination of around there from FarmVille. And now things get a little worrying here, Tony. I know it's a one-round game, but you can really feel that storm brewing at this point.
Total domination. I see there is another switch up on the ops situation. Sleep Sork this time. Map dependent, spawn dependent. It is Dust 2 after all, so that's entirely viable, and Sleep Sork makes it look pretty good. First pick, quick, Ava, even if not having actively been seen by the sniper's scope, on a timing will be taken, and they'll have to cancel because they don't feel comfortable going through after that fact. So, big thumbs up out the gate, but maybe a little bit of a throwaway given that Savage has gone down, but B cleared out. Mid now known to be occupied by T's. At least CJ can get out of Dodge for free.
Yeah, smart for him to back up through the tunnels. And now, you know, when I see a play like that, if I'm Shimmer, I'm trying to actively counteract it by taking Cat as quickly as possible. But instead, they get gifted over a kill. That's huge in the 3-on-3. I also continue to surge and search for where Vulcan has gone off to, or rather CJ. We won't find anyone, so they'll recongregate and move back over to this long side. But they saw the AWP here, maybe banking that it had potentially shifted over, but it hasn't. It's going to be just a raw contact play, a free shot for this AWP, but shoulder missed, and Sleep Sork with the repeaks. Now he's a dead man walking. If he can take one before he goes down, it'd be nice, but he can't. Now it gives a lineup to Beaky, and he only finds one. A bit unruly in terms of the sequence there from FarmVille, and now CJ's got to clutch up.
Log will eventually become a worry. Once that molly is to fade, they'll probably fight for Cat control. Up on an angle, a little bit offset. Perfectly so, I would say, because CJ might go opening into it, but change and where they'll stand, just kind of periodically flicking. And CJ gets closer and closer, so here comes the big one. Up to the head of CJ, no less, is very quick to kill. And they'll be thinking about this round for quite a minute now, being this late in the stages of this game. That one felt like it was a little bit mismanaged from beginning to end even.
Yeah, absolutely.
They get that opening, and it's just kind of like, it fizzles.
I think it was very smart from Shimmer to be able to convert that. I mean, if it doesn't, that's where those plays from CJ and lower tend to happen every round. And now you're getting Alice to be a little bit more confident now. A couple of big picks out in the previous round, and a tag now on a Vulcan in this one as well. This isn't a complete investment from FarmVille, at least in some of the players, but they're hoping and banking on this aggression from CJ yet again, and this AWP from Beaky that's boosted up here. You have an opportunity at a couple. The lineup is beautiful. It's so unfortunate there for Shimmer that they can't get the spacing right. And now CJ will look to retreat yet again in upper. Ava is here though, and will find one. There was a trade available out of Sleep Sork, but now he actually decides to vault up instead. That CZ does work. Sometimes you just need that one kill to get the job done. And now Alice and Serendipity in a real difficult place. Make that just Alice. She'll find the first and does have Bomb on her back, so can maneuver here. Does find another. Does take a bullet to the side there. Still has 50 seconds to play with, but is severely without HP. And there's Savage to convert. Nice little flash setup, but it really is that lineup from CJ there that makes things a lot easier for FarmVille to convert.
It was almost an oopsie on one of them, it feels like. It was just so instantaneous in which they had both died and taken those dinks. I will say, though, as an aside, I'm pretty impressed with how Alice has looked in this series so far, particularly in this map. But yeah, I'm not at all upset with what I've been witnessing out from the Opper. They're doing exactly as needed and then some. Damage is certainly there. The supporting cast is also feeling to be fine enough. Tactical timeout for Shimmer. Taking themselves one step back to see where they actually do stand overall in Dust 2. We're at eye level, just under if you are Shimmer, so it's big decision time, really. Like, this is determining how the future of your money will look, given there are only so many rounds left of play. FarmVille find this one. they'll have themselves a Shimmer to probably play up against with yet another purchase, although it might not be perfect. A bomb plant would help with that.
Seems like there's a bit of a fake going on, at least feigning long control, getting a player out into blue bin as well. And that does lean players to look into middle a little bit more, retake cat control, and there is a bit of a window. They're going to try to flash through this beacon smoke and go straight at Vulcan. This is a beautiful little strategy here to get a bomb plant on B and try to hold it down. CJ finds one through the smoke, but this 4-on-4 will still have some difficulties.
Certainly true. There they do have Alice on the backside, though. Tech9, shades of CJ previously. CJ himself just turned around. Wait, did he actually even see? Wait, what's going on?
I don't think so.
I don't think he saw. This is insane. This is so problematic for them. They see a player over the top side of the door, and only then will Alice show themselves. They're going to entry. They're going to go. Savage is in. The player under window is killed, and they have no kit, but Savage will tap it. It will have been heard, and Alice is... Wonderful from the Tech9 on the run up to the door prior to even needing to reintegrate into B. Will win the 1v2 effectively. It feels like they're, or rather the 1 versus 1 where they get those 2 kills that are so important to them.
What a sequence there from Alice. Thought she nearly botched it, but she is having a hell of a map in terms of impact. And look what that does to the finances of FarmVille. 3 MP9s. Make that 2.5 with the tag through the door yet again from Alice. And Shimmer are just roaring back to life here in the tail end of Dust 2.
Here they have some time to think about what to do in the long term now, FarmVille. Get themselves pressure they haven't really felt in this series. And seeing how they deal with it, right now they opt to go for the force in. They're enabling and allowing Shimmer to potentially get up to that 11 point. Should this falter, sleeps or keys on B, and he's on 27 HP. Quite possibly the best call that Shimmer could have made, and I think that they realized that there may have been that damage inflicted as to have really elicited such a maneuver, but this off-going first could be an issue. There's the Molly for incendiary exchange. Empathy will burn, but only so much.
Yeah, you're never gonna win that exchange if it's a Molly v incendiary, right? I mean, there's a kill on offer here in terms of an upgrade for Vulcan, but it's an easy save call. FarmVille were on single loss, so they were forced to purchase there. And now we'll have another chance to still have an impact in round number 20. But it's very clear that Shimmer have found another gear. In terms of the calling has been splendid. But more so, you're having exactly the performances that you're looking for out of Alice and Empathy.
No! Can't save his teammate. Can't save the AK. What the hell?
I don't like that decision at all.
Empathy might go down. Oh my lord. Good gosh. If that had been just an extra 50 bucks, that would have been cool. But yeah, this is tough. That would have been really, really nice to have had just that AK-47 with a couple extra bucks, maybe drop over a gun. But yeah, I mean, the plan was always, I feel like, to make the next round thereby, but even then, that doesn't really justify what had just gone down, necessarily.
I mean, what was the point of that? Like, to do damage? Like,
I don't know.
You're going to get max 1 or 2 kills. It's not like you have them on the brink of the economy either. You could definitely have had an impact with an AK and an MP9 moving into the following round. It's just, I really do question that decision. And now you're essentially gifting over this round because I don't see FarmVille doing anything with a Scout and an MP9 at this range and at this point in the game.
Oh my lord. I don't know how Savage gets away with that round, with that life.
Yeah.
18 health, more accurately, and Serendipity also feeling a little bit light. 5-7 still close by. That Molly doesn't flush him, but okay, kind of burns himself out eventually. And this is just an awkward stalemate where they're eventually going to make their way through, and it should be the easiest kills of their lives. That 5-7, though, making it quite costly for a second there. USP even then not doing very much, and the scout not living up to expectation. Next up at bat will be Beaky. He's tightly tucked in this corner at elevator, and maybe a jump shot could be something to look forward to, but it won't be onto Ava. The bomb to be planted is comfortable.
We have vault up here from Beaky, but that's spotted out. But just imagine that long retake situation there for FarmVille, and having guns in that situation instead of USPs. I mean, it could have been a completely different situation. You know, I'm not gonna say that that's absolutely what would have happened, but it's just to put yourself in advantageous positions. And now for FarmVille, they're gonna have to do this one the hard way. They're gonna need two rounds to claw back to just even the odds. And you're somehow going to have to stifle the momentum that has clearly been built up by Shimmer in these past few rounds right now. And kind of in a flow state in terms of the calling approach as well.
Trying, with what little they have scrounged together, that money that we were talking about earlier on really would have helped out to have just gotten maybe a couple of additional kills and brought in that round that was already somewhat awkward, a little bit closer. You know, imagine if, like, Vulcan has an AK to try and make something of the quote-unquote pre-plant and getting you $50 here and there, as well as a kill reward to drop a gun, maybe over, maybe make somebody else's life a little more simple with the SMGs they already hold in hand. But I guess you can't win them all.
Well, we're still going to have to do it. Come hook or by crook.
Where's Vulcan at right now? He's B.
Yeah, so that AWP kind of crutching a two-player setup there. But FarmVille are starved of information. Mid has been lost, Cat has been lost, and everybody is just staring at angles. 20 seconds left on the clock now, and you've got to start making rotations. You've got to start making some hard decisions here to respond to what Shimmer have on the other side. Vulcan will take the first shot, but they continue to encroach upon window, and Vulcan cannot find any more, but CJ certainly can. He finds a couple in his own regard, and they should be able to get the bomb down. Oh, it's going to be really close here, but they just get it down. They go charging through the smoke to try and stop it, and Serendipity, head on a swivel, finds a couple. It leaves it all on a Savage, and he's been found out. I do believe they've got to have heard the sound cues. They certainly have heard that. Savage now finds one, but can't complete the second. Alice has been as sharp as ever. What a calamity of a round to be dropping if you're FarmVille.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Serendipity was swinging back and forth to the fences to make sure that that bomb site was defended. Keeping those pesky CTs away. Even now, you look at what Shimmer have been able to do on Dust 2, and I think that you and I were kind of hinging on Mirage being the better place for them to make this one a 3-mapper, the Ancient Affair. And yeah, my mind is a little bit opened now as to the conversation as to what's to be should we get there, but this not yet done. CJ typically a bit of a nightmare for them in Underpass. Doesn't have enough ammo. Maybe the A4 may be the better switch later on because he only gets the singular. The damage that's inflicted though finished by the MP9. BP at a distance, finding Alice, and hold on, hold the phone. There's a B side open, they don't know, and Savage is the top side of mid. This is a split down the middle of the map that there is no Shimmer members that can do anything other than probably just walk in.
Oh, then they're gonna continue to try to walk in, but here comes the rotation. And that nade does a little bit to help out these MP9. Sleepsork finds one. That should be it. The smoke is there for the cross. Molly to deploy on a window. So Bomb plant could be available here, but I'd imagine they swarm Empathy as soon as she taps the bomb, and they're just gonna walk through. Beaky's getting real frisky around those doors. He's gotten all the way up the car, spotted out Empathy, and nails the headshot. FarmVille live for just a little bit longer and bring it within 2.
The kill distribution right now from the side of Shimmer is just as wide, well actually wider from top to bottom, but bottom players are at the same point of 10. It's just Empathy who's able to get themselves one step further and beyond. Behind the doors, Vulcan's body lay dead and limp. No longer to participate in the 23rd. Entering now what was the hero weapon that could be their savior. S do as they can, but so too to the A4, and they're getting overrun by a Deagle. What is happening? Serendipity's won it almost single-handedly. Eventually dead, but that weapon, for the little investment that brought them, is going to give them potentially the biggest of their wins.
Oh, doesn't spot out the second player though.
Okay.
And still finds it. Empathy goes down 1-on-2, but Alice still has her signature gun. Beaky can't make the skill jump you see on the cat and has to make the rotation over to long, but Alice is already taking a couple steps forward, actually nails the tag, trying to get back as quickly as possible. The flash is great, but the shot from Beaky is even better. Alice misses a critical shot. The space continues to tick down, and Beaky will find the 1-on-3. That should never be happening. An absolute catastrophe on the other end, and we continue to play on.
That is just pure W key nonsense from Beaky. And it works perfectly. He plays it out as if he were in a pug. And sometimes that's all it'll take. Player of the round in Beaky. As needed, finds each and every member and brings us to the end of regulation. Win, lose, or draw. It all comes down to now. And Beaky, for his heroics, has gotten the sniper rifle to utilize. See how they look to do it. Alice still holds one of her own. It's over at the B tunnels, absorbing the damage of a nade. The shock not going to be all too great. And just remaining patient and hoping that somebody will give the inch.
I think they're considering a contact in a B here. The bomb slowly makes its way through, and they're hoping that maybe a FarmVille player gives up a kill, but they've been able to trade into this site a couple of times now. That smoke will slow things down, but they still are considering it. Actually, now they'll decide to maneuver over. They don't have a nade to kick it open either, so either they wait it out or they get at least some mid control in the meantime. We'll actually go for cat control instead. And why not? They've been given so much space in some of these defaults.
They're spread on a linear line on the crawl over to B now. One player left as a straggler in Serendipity. This is a lot of onus put onto this rifle, but they're going to be pretty easy targets in a moment now at 25 seconds. The flashbang is well timed. Blind only temporarily, but they need to go through. CJ needs to turn around, and outwardly he will be blinded only for a moment. The second of those flashes is ever more reliable. The lineup from Vulcan, and it's so simple. They had no idea he was there. He was the late activation. Being 20 seconds left in that round, he has the opportunity to just sit, wait, play the dangerous game. We go to overtime.
This is another one of those situations where I feel like if I'm Alice, I'll be kicking myself for missing those two shots. And yeah, I think that Molly might have actually hit at their own feet instead of flushing out Vulcan. And it might actually have been a player that had pulled out a Molly and then died while having it pulled out. I think that's what happened.
Maybe.
But now that overtime has come through, things just get very difficult here for Shimmer.
CT's wanted to get back into that duel. They actually do. Oh my lord, there's such a chain of flashbangs. Loans enough. I didn't even anticipate that. There must have been 3, if not 4 of them thrown. And they will get back. They will get theirs. Sleepsork a little bit more than even that for his third, as through the smoke, the last of them is dead. And Alice is left on the backside after having tagged Vulcan out the gate. He'll never even know. Well, they will know when the round is over and it tells them that they hit them for amount of damage. You know what I mean.
We know.
You get me.
Well, Alice will still look for something here. Smoke up in her face, and that will not grant her control of the bomb. It's on the other side of the door. And currently she's being boxed in. Vulcan on the flank in her spawn. Quickly encroaching upon her position, but she's dodging death for the time being. 45 seconds still left here. She's heard everything. I mean, she knows that there's at least 2 to 3 players in and around that blue bin area. But I think at this point, her best bet might just be to save.
This is a long one at that, but they will show themselves as a relatively simple enough target for somebody. Vulcan
Didn't even find one bullet there.
didn't even find one bullet.
Oh.
All good. He's 20 and 21. He can miss a couple here and there.
It's the ping.
Every now and again. Yeah. He was lagging, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him lag. I love when my friends say that and I'm not lagging and I'm just like, I'm pretty humble when it comes to my whiffs, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm like, no, I wasn't lagging, I'm just terrible.
You gotta have good friends like that to cover you, though. That's a sign of a good friend.
Well, they were being serious too. I just have the choice as to whether or not I want to take it. It happened last night. I'm not even kidding. But either way, anecdotes aside, this round is going to be one where they've gotten themselves a very aggressive hold, where the off really hasn't been here many a time before. The flash is off the mark. He was tucked just behind the corner where it popped. And CJ, where the hell else would he be other than an underpass?
Couple of opportunities just slipping through the cracks here for Shimmer, and it's another man disadvantage situation here for this squad. And I think Serendipity was spotted out there. He tries to fall away, but can't live to tell the tale. Alice does find a trade back. But now that her position is known, Beaky wants to encroach upon it. What a shot there from Alice. But where there is one that goes down, another one reclaims that space. STX does still pull another one back and has a chance to cross over into this A bomb site. Sleeksork has got a low HP teammate, so he's also got to play this one a little bit more safe. 35 seconds left on the clock as STX tries to look for a bomb plant, but she's got to find Sleepsork at some point and just isn't able to.
Now it's a team game of CS that has just really brought itself to the top side for FarmVille. Everybody's starting to get their piece of the pie. A kill per player every now and again. It feels really spread. Oh, I don't know how that adjusted. Maybe over the shoulder or something, but on my side, it looked like it was pretty clean from Beaky on the flick. But no dice for either Hopper. Means that now we enter an early round where not a whole lot is held for Shimmer, and they're going to be hoping to find something soon, but waiting their time patiently to see if there's an overstep from FarmVille, but that would be a little bit too much to ask from them. They've actually changed their tune quite considerably in this round compared to that of the last.
Yeah, it's been very passive in their approaches. They're actually giving a lot of space over here on long. Crossbow comes through, but the question of how much does Shimmer want to respect that defensive smoke that's been dropped by Savage. They do get a player in the pit. An important AWP player. And while Shimmer do that, FarmVille will retake Cat. So a lot of important space taken by FarmVille without a lot of utility really being used to get that.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of here, a little bit of there. FarmVille has They're handing quite a number of pools. The problem, though, is going to be once that exit does come over, I think it's going to be a major issue where Savage is isolated. There's going to be a molly for Catwalk. They do have another if they want to throw it over to Gandalf, and I figured that they would. But they don't. They do.
There it is. Perfect. Ava finds the necessary kill. If I'm FarmVille, I'd still go for this, obviously. It's the last round of the half, and Alice gives up a freebie, but there's the lurk from Empathy. Big kill to find. Vicky trying to look for a trade back and just can't with Smalley in his face, and he won't even be able to complete the kill. So Shimmer will get one on the way out, but oh boy, it just feels like FarmVille have turned the corner in a lot of ways.
Yeah, certainly, but gotta remember also that their T side wasn't exactly infallible. Gotta remember that the side of Shimmer were able to overcome them once they had gotten guns pretty regularly, it seemed. Once they had everything that they would have needed, and no better place than overtime to have that. No op for the T's now running the 5 rifle setup, which had done them so well in rounds past, so hell, give it a shot. 3 at long, early on swing, and that with flash after flash, but nobody from FarmVille on the receiving end of it. The AUG trying to get cute on a spray through that smoke if anybody's going to be on receiving end of respective line that they have held. Nothing quite. This is a little more standard from FarmVille in stages now where they've taken their first phase rather rapidly up Catwalk to the point where they forced Shimmer off just the same.
I'll be happy with it. Team Molly for the T side. Alice this time a lot less aggressive in that regard, just keen on playing Cat instead. The two powerhouses of Shimmer are on the A side. Solid nade to soften up Beaky, who's also been a force for this FarmVille squad. But here comes the avant-garde smokes. Drop through, flash in, but it's all a ruse. They want to go back in the middle, but there's a gap in that smoke, and certainly a gap in the window. STX does great work to pull together too. And STX will chain a third together as well. 4 in the round. It's just Vulcan left, and this is where FarmVille's strategic woes might rear its ugly head a little bit more.
STX has really been lacking times where they've entered the kill feed with meaningful impact in the last probably like 7 or 8 rounds. So that's a large and in charge play to get them back into the conversation. Op on op once more. Jump spot from Beaky is a little bit tighter to the point where Alice will unlikely be to see him. Smoke up in her face will make it doubly so. And they want mid once more. It's very reminiscent of that last round, frankly, although there's a more aggressive focal point placed onto B. Some exposure onto Ava, perhaps, where they wouldn't be very welcoming to that. They are actually going to go down without a frag, a little bit antsy amidst the anchorage, and STX the one left to pick up the pieces, but nobody's gone through.
Huh. Interesting that they did not want to go through with that. Beaky does stick around, and he hits STX for 99 HP, but Alice shows that it's done. That's the full 100. Still back in mid, and Alice will still hold her ground. Smokes will come through, but they've already found their route. They've seen that Catwalk is wide open off of another kill that they were able to find. And his bomb should be able to go down, and Beaky actually finishes off STX with a Glock. So it's just Serendipity and Alice now in the clutch up situation. But this reads FarmVille 15 every day of the week.
Yeah, there's surely no way Serendipity needs to get up through Catwalk and hit the spray of a lifetime. There's just 3 with their backs turned, so once it does fade, somebody will be moving on, let alone to the office. Spark a wild one where it goes wicked. Damage is good. The USB's out, but it's just short of getting any more. Okay, if there was any world where they had gotten a multi-kill there, honestly, it was just pressing A and D and wildly trying to just shoot them on the move.
This game has been just so bizarre. This map specifically. all sorts of things. We had a 1-on-5.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Like, yeah, the fact that that was like 10 rounds ago, kind of crazy. Actually, no, it's been more than 10 rounds, but still. Sleep Sork with the timing. Doesn't find the shot that he was looking for through the doors. So we stay pretty standstill at this 5-on-5. No real gambit being taken by Shimmer out the gates. But instead, because of that, FarmVille will take all that cat control.
See decoys. It's official. We've lost our minds. Throwing their cat exec nades. And then being stalled out and slowed. They've got more to throw later on, so they're in no shortage, but Ava sees catwalk. Nobody yet to be fully crossed to her knowledge outside of the initial aggressor. One's just hopped down. They're going to lean B. That bomb was sitting outside tons this whole time. Paladin, there is a real possibility in where Alice can just stamp this out before it ever has a chance because there's such a quick rotation available. Oh
yeah,
my.
Serendipity is shutting the door on this one. I don't think that there's any awareness that this player in top mid can even be here. Oh, but she's fluffed her lines. She's missed the headshot. And Sleep Sork capitalizes. Still, there's still 2 players on this B bomb site. Still an opportunity to repel the invaders. 25 seconds left. It has to be B. The lurk smoke is not deep enough. And so now they've got to go blind in. And this all can go to work, but Ava only finds 1. 15 seconds left. We've got to get the bomb down. They're trying to spam through the doors, but nothing's connecting. But now STX's AUG can chime in. 2-on-2 now on this retake. Flash nade. And plenty of kids to go about it. That nade lands max damage on a CJ. But how do they encroach? They've got to do a lot of work with that flash. But the shot from STX is beautiful. Leaves CJ rather in the clutch, excuse me. And CJ will finish it off in a 1-on-2. Goodness me, FarmVille had to work for it. But again, it feels like every clutch that Shimmer have to get over the line, they just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were some moments with double kills from Beaky, that round in particular, I would say, where he picks up the AK and elevates himself to where if he didn't change his position so intentionally, he probably wouldn't have found those frags in time. Alice gets the chance to fire off another op shot around the big box, and that becomes an entirely different conversation. I think that the AUG there from STX at the end was entirely warranted, welcomed on the CT defensive, whereas it was starting to actually, in my opinion, kind of fumble on regulation. It wasn't really able to get into that same juncture, but, you know, better late than never is what they say, but at the same time, having that a little sooner when everybody else was firing off as needed, that would have been a little bit more of a welcomed a scene and scenario. But also, in all fairness to STX, there were a considerable number of rounds where she was kind of on the back foot trying to pull back either man disadvantages on retake or just being shut out of the bomb site entirely. So, you know, credit where credit is due. Where it was actively working out, it looked great. But when it wasn't being seen actively in the rounds where they were needed, then yeah, you could see that there was clearly a gap that was missing when it came down to closing.
And with that, Group A has been decided. Aether will be our winners match, or the upper bracket winners. And then, of course, in our decider, we've found that FarmVille will be our second contender out of Group A. But Group B still has to be decided. It's InControl that has moved on in the winners bracket, but it's Incognito versus Girl Kissers in our lower bracket decider. But we have a little bit of time, about an hour and change, and we'll take that extended break. And when we come back, we'll have that game ready and we're going to go for you.
One game down, one more to go. We've got ourselves a pretty decent, I would say, an interesting state of teams to get through. But before we do get into that, we got to get into our casters once again. My name being Why Not, rejoined by Paladin for our conclusion to what will be the decider for Group B, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just going to come out right with it. I think that last decider was a little bit of an interesting set of maps between 1 and 2, where we had seen the FarmVille team move forward. But we've got another team to determine who will be moving forward.
I think this one's a very interesting one simply because of how little data we have on both of these rosters.
Yeah.
I believe the Girl Kissers have only played 4 series altogether, and Incognito, I don't know how serious of a team this is. I mean, you've got a lot of really fun players. I mean, Axe is in the server again. You've got Arcade back into the server again, and you've got the return of Micro. So there's a lot of things to be excited about in this matchup, and I think that excitement comes from the fact that we have no information. Now,
Yeah.
the expectation is that the result will be a certain way. I think you know where you want to lean, but I'm still excited for it nonetheless.
We have a little bit of a history between these teams, not between them necessarily as a head-to-head, but in terms of the internals, because Micro, Arcade, and Tender previously having for not too long a time, but just long enough having played, I don't remember if it was an organization that they had played with, whether I think it might have been Aether, but yeah, the core of also known as Juna Arcade, we're going to refer to them as Juna for this matchup. That's what they go by in-game now as an alias, and going into the core of this, you can also say that Axe and Viz have quite a deeply rooted history as well from a coach to player aspect, with Axe, as you mentioned, joining us in the server as opposed to as a coach behind the scenes of it. And that could be an interesting turn of events with a lot, and I mean a lot, of different voices in this team between Axe, Micro, and Juna.
Yeah, and that makes me very excited to just see these guys back in the server. I think Juna was a guy that needed to be back in to help bolster the scene a little bit more, because I thought he had an incredible impact in the server, and having him back is important. Having the return of Micro is also something to be welcome. I feel like he's been just floating around for quite a bit. But again, I am not exactly sure about the seriousness of this team, about what their aspirations are, how they want to compete. Is this just a cash cow for them? Is that what they're hunting for? Do they want to play against tougher competition in the form of M80 Wildcard? We don't really know. And I think that's what's most interesting to me about this team, because they still have been putting in the work to put out officials. To me, that shows signs of a team that is trying to be taken seriously. And if that's the case, then it's chock full of talent that should be very exciting to follow.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I do find alignment with that. However, I think that it was definitely a tough outing in the last that they had played against InControl. I think that it wasn't like a blowout by any means, but you could see that there were still some struggling individuals looking to find their form and footing, and I think Axe being one of those people who's been out of the whole playing aspect of the game regularly, in and out of it, kind of, showing glimpses of looking to return, or whether it just be filling for fun or whatever the case may be. But there's more than enough time for that to figure itself out. Now, we got to look at the other side of things just as well. There's a little bit of a core going on over there, just the same. Violet, Lunari, and Gadfly. They have pretty deep history, I would say, given the female Counter-Strike scene is relatively tight-knit, right? And these are players who have also played, I'm assuming probably hundreds of games together, whether it be between officials at pugs or whatever the case may be. And the question marks become Kevin, who I've quite literally never heard of, unfortunately, and Texas, who also finds themselves kind of in that space and in that scene, but never really fully intermingling with these teams until this capacity in the last month or so that they have. So I think that this is a step in the right direction to try and branch out into something that isn't necessarily like a formula of teams that we've seen prior.
Yeah, I definitely like this idea and this project that they've got going on, but I think the key missing piece is Mads, and unfortunately, she won't be in the server with them today. Yeah, and I think that's probably the most important piece in my eyes. I think she's probably the most experienced of the 5 in terms of upper level competition, and frankly, she has been outputting firepower for quite some time now, that I was hoping that we would get to see her today. And without her, I feel like that could be a real issue for this Girl Kisser side. And I feel as though on the flip side of things, Incognito will have a leg up moving forward.
Yeah, I would say I agree with that. I think that there is definitely a top heaviness to that team now that Mads is no longer in the conversation for the Girl Kissers. And I've actually had the the pleasure to actually play on LAN with Violet at one point in time, funny enough. So that was an experience. I think that these players have just about as many voices as I was saying on the opposite end of things, but the difference comes down to the experience. It comes down to where those voices have been and what they've had to say against what kind of opponents and what quality of them. And unfortunately for the Girl Kissers roster, it is going to be a little bit of a punching up moment for them. And giving that veto, I think, is going to be something where in the last best of 3, we were kind of outright in the camp of prior of FarmVille, where it was a little bit more of a pug style play across all 3 of them, closer to the first 2, but it didn't ever really get to the full stretch and spread, where this one is, again, going to be one of those games where I feel as if it's going to need to be 3 if the Girl Kissers are going to take it over the line.
Yeah, 100%. I think that the problem for them is they, again, haven't played too much to really make me realize what their map pool is, per se. I mean, they've played a lot of Nuke. They haven't won on it yet, but even saying that they've played a lot of Nuke is a stretch, considering they've only played it 3 times. I mean, on the other side of the equation, Incognito, they've kind of spread the love across the board. Even though they don't have necessarily the most stats played across the pool, it's good for them in that sense that they can kind of go wherever they feel like it, whatever they're feeling. It gives that real mixed vibe to this roster. But if we could see that veto, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to say, there you have it, actually. There's that Nuke that you were talking about. And a little bit of Inferno into the mix. Ancient at the end that we didn't get to see in our first best of 3 at the end of it. But, we're also going to be seeing in this that we're getting a new set of maps. So keeping it interesting. But I'm going to let you elaborate on the points that you were bringing up, seeing now that you do have your maps.
Yeah, so it looks like Incognito is Team A in this situation, so they're the ones picking into Inferno. Don't mind them doing that whatsoever. GK want to go back into Nuke, and I think, as well as just the fact that they've played it the most, that kind of consistency will at least be there in terms of the reps that they had, so that'll be good for them. And then you have Ancient to decide. Axe has always, I think, prided himself on being a decent Ancient coach, so I feel like pretty confident in both Ancient and Inferno for them. Nuke, I'm still a little unsure about. Of course, they haven't played it just yet, but I think for them, they'll be happy that they get to include both Inferno and Ancient in this pool.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that what I was going to say that I didn't really get the chance to, I kind of brain farted for a second trying to bring it back, is Viz is a player who I think is kind of curious to see in this mix that we didn't really do a whole lot of talking about when we were bringing up their roster, frankly. And he's somebody who's been around the block, in and out of quote-unquote retirement or indefinite hiatuses from the game. Most recently, I think that in the jersey, even on his player profile picture, you would have known him from Marsborn. And he's a player that I was actually pretty happy to see come back, whether or not it be in that Marsborn team or otherwise. And I kind of hope he will stick around, or he would stick around, because there's a lot of teams that could use players of that caliber. Losing Chop in general in his retirement, now that the Marsborn team has seen another shuffle, that was a little bit of a hit for me. I was excited to see these players kind of spread around the scene and trying to really make a difference and make an experience to these players who kind of need it. And we haven't really gotten them stick around for a whole hell of a lot of a time, and I can't blame them. There's a lot more and greener pastures in this world to move on to in and out of Counter-Strike, I can only imagine. But even just seeing him here in the server tonight, I'm excited to see what he's got to show us, maybe in a little bit of a more loose format and style where he can let loose.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, there is a little bit of an AC issue right now, so we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we will have our final series of the day.
We know that break was a little bit long, so thank you for bearing with us. We're going to be getting into Inferno, though. Don't you fret. We have ourselves the Incognito and Girl Kissers clash. We're on the T side. Incognito are very quickly going to be shuffling around the nades to try and make the exec happen, and it is going to be the defense posted, and I want to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, instantly being asked to perform here on the defense for GK. Dual Berettas for Lunari out the gates. Spam down off the smoke from the CT side. But it's a aggression down Banana. 3 players here to greet this T side. A Molly defensively, but it doesn't matter when Micro and Axe fire away. Plenty of kills to be found for the offense, and they've spotted out Violet as well. So it's just Kevin in a 1-on-5. Incognito get exactly the start that they're looking for.
I love the idea. Oh, God, Kevin. Okay, looking snappy there as Micro was the one to have pinned two of their teammates to the wall not so long ago. It's some payback, but, I mean, likely futile in effort, but I do like the idea that they employed in that round. I think that it was actually a pretty good comm. Brought them ever closer to their opponents in trying to close distances and set expectations, but they don't even get a single bullet landing, so that's an unfortunate turn of events there as Kevin does as he can. It's going to be tender to sound off the alarm that he has hit the site, and it shouldn't be all too long now before they too are dealt with and Incognito find the first.
Yeah, Micro with a beautiful little flurry there. Basically seals the round. And I think in GK's mind, they're probably considering that the offense has moved up brackets a little quickly there, but doesn't necessarily happen this time around, and they get punished almost instantaneously. So GK will take the full save. You've got one investment from Violet, but Incognito looking for a momentum-filled start to this offense.
Got ourselves a round on our hands where they just want to try to get Micro to melt them, but that doesn't happen. Even blinded Gadfly just taps out a double ding, and another one on Rat with a 5-7 that can always prove to be lethal. Another set of players to show themselves. Nari with 2 doesn't have enough ammo left to get anything more done, but 4 I would say is a major success on a round that was otherwise supposed to be a flush.
Yeah, it's a lot of reinvestment there. And Vi does come out now.
$200 additional dollars per player is really no short chunk of change. It really just enables 4 of the 5 of these players to get that extra nade they wouldn't have otherwise had, and that can be round determining. 4 whole nades, that's a pretty big deal. Might not sound like it, but I believe to be, I'm a pretty pure, I'm an economy purist in Counter-Strike. If we're in a round where we don't really expect to win or need to win, and somebody's buying like a P250 and a flashbang, I'm like, sell that.
We'll see if that value comes out to help GK here. Got an aggressive stance here in the apartments, but nobody home along the brackets. And with that, they'll continue to escalate into the A bomb site. Kevin is here to escort Violet as well, and they're just going to be quickly on a flank here. When do they strike and how many do they find? There's Axe going down, but the pennies drop. This is the opportunity for a trade to come through, but Violet still continues to stand tall.
In the archway, though, Arcade inside of the smoke for a second, then bailing out of it to check back to lane, the double wrap back, and they're actually going to read this. It looks like there's going to be a tiptoe back in that same direction from Violet, who's already found her third. This round is theirs. And Viz inside the site is entirely exposed. 10 feet to cut onto the cross, but they're also to be seen through the sliver of the gap. And the 4K on the run-through, trudging along. It is 4K from Violet. That is exactly what the doctor will have ordered now that they've got the guns. So
You know, I
much
really thought
staying
that-
alive, too.
Yeah, I thought that timing would never favor the CTs there, and that Max Axe goes down, and that's about it. But Violet mechanically does very well, and as you kind of mentioned, is just staying alive there is huge to make sure that that pressure builds for the T side and the A side. It's really easy to hold on to the bomb site if you are able to establish those crossfires, but building that little bit of pressure of CTs coming off a lane makes it a whole lot more difficult.
Viz, the hero. The one that they look to for salvation in this round where everybody else is closer to a save than anything else, it feels like. Violet dodging flash, one player just beneath. There are literally no nades right now for Incognito. So, okay, maybe not a nade needed. Somehow Texas has just gone down. No refrag, no secondary points of contact, and is maybe even being able to juggle that weapon over to a teammate could make for some solid work later on. But peak after peak, they have it handled. A second player to lane even to show up, and it's not going to last them very much longer. That man advantage they once had, you blink and it's gone.
And they would have liked to have found maybe another one to really seal the deal, but doesn't happen. The hero AK only finds 2. And Incognito will purchase it again, but no bomb plan and loss bonus hasn't really built up, so it's going to be a little ugly here. A Tech 9 on Viz and a couple of Galils. Violet now has her AWP out straight away. And a chance to command some authority, but Viz with an instant dink and frag up. Nade open to the smoke, and a chance for Lunari, but she takes some damage on the fadeaway. He's got to fall all the way back into B. Meanwhile, Kevin goes aggressive in mid and evens this out in a 4-on-4, but look at all the damage being done here.
Gadfly and Kevin are certainly bold for how forward they still play, Kevin in particular, but knowing now that there is no way they win this round without being a little bit bigger than maybe their HP points would enable them to otherwise. Kevin on an AK-47 also potent. Same could be said for Gadfly, and just being able to find one headshot here or there. It's the perfect angle to do so if they go walking out and they aren't quite ready if the reaction is made. Micro is en route to being that player. Dead. Down. Juna. Trade immediately. Texas will incendiary the lane side with 40 seconds left. Ascending into the apartments, but met by Axe, whose Galil is already on the drop down to the bomb site, and they should be able to plant that without much of a problem. It's Viz who resumes op duties. I doubt that there should be a retake attempt here, to be honest with you, and that will certainly seal the deal that that won't be the case.
Oh yeah, that's a nice little sequence there from Viz, but great work here from Incognito, and great work from Viz to find that opener. That was huge work. Completely jostled up the defense, and the free AWP to scoop up as well. PK now off the save. You got plenty of cash to reinvest here, but it's good for the momentum to swing back the other way here for the T side.
There you have it. Lead once more. Incognito's rifles getting over the hump. Money is askew at the core of the Girl Kissers, but ample amount to just toss over to whoever may be in need. But only for this one more time. We got an AWP wants to talk to with Axe, the one to hold it on the offense. It's curious. I figured, maybe I'm mistaken. I could have sworn that Tender was an offer. But I'm going to need to do some fact checking on that myself. Either way, it's going to be the pop up towards the top sides of Banana, where they're not going beyond the half wall all too soon. Only now getting through. Popped back by the flash. Tender on Discovery has no panic about him in that moment that he just gets shot at on an off angle. He's pretty confident in his own abilities, it seems, as he still stands his ground.
Yeah, surprisingly, Gadfly still lives here. And they're not really trying to support her all too much. Still stuck here, trying to get out on those guys of the smoke. Does a little bit of damage to Axe on the way out, too. And lives to tell the tale. Smoke now primed and ready for Lunari. He'll likely drop it now. And Incognito's advances on Banana stifle.
I was incorrect. Tender has not been an offer. I don't know where I thought that, or why I thought that.
It feels like it, though, right? I don't know. I don't think it's a ridiculous...
I think he played with Consti, and I just mixed them up for some reason. I don't know where I got that idea from, but either way, all good. Violet is an opper, I'll tell you that much. Stopping them on their way up through lane almost immediately, but missing on the second shot, not a huge deal so long as Kevin gets something done. Blocked throughout the site. The player pit not heard. Eventually, though, they'll know that he's in that radius, and that's going to be RK with only 5 seconds left. Looking on a swivel to find something, anything, an AK with some ammo in it. But Juna does eventually drop. Inevitably, that were to be the case.
Not bad. Not bad at all for GK. Glad they can get that conversion in. But Thunderpick live odds is not budging just yet. We want to see a whole lot more before it changes up. Incognito with not the cleanest of purchases here. Another hero AK situation. They do love to bring at least a rifle into every round. Hoping that that can get the ball rolling, but right now, a lot slower of a T side than I was expecting out of this incognito side.
There goes the drop through. Violet not at all prepared to react, and there not being a third player on scene makes this, honest and truthfully, a bit of an ugly one to have to call a save to, knowing that there's pistols on the other edge other than 2. That is a bite of the tongue, man. That is a sour round to drop by. Whereas Incognito now have given themselves a really nice walkway onto consecutives and trying to reset the economy of GK early. The old reliable Halls pop. Never fails.
Looks like a charm. Exactly what you're looking for. Incognito get themselves a free A bomb site after just a couple misses there from Violet. They'll take back the lead. We're looking for a little bit more of a pop out of them, and you finally get that out of spawn. Just trying to take apartments as quickly as possible and then pouncing on the opportunity with that space given. GK have been very smart with what rounds they do attempt, though, so it will always be involved. It'll take a little bit of time here for Incognito to really twist the knife in this half if they want to really climb through with this T half. But GK will still have that AWP involved for Violet, who still has stood tall in a lot of key situations here.
Yeah, it's kind of been a little bit of this and a little bit of that. There have been some key hits and some hopeful misses that you would have loved to see connect if you wanted to get a chance, and around that last and previous would have been a good example of it. Kevin taken out and Violet on the angle, a quick shot to hit with the sound cues to boot, and there is one more, but Axe has the bomb. He's going to need to fall rather back. And Violet actually wanting just a little bit more of this as Team Molotov. Thank you very much. It's a big plus. Could prove to help out later on as you've already used the majority of yours. You'll take whatever you can get scattered across the floor. Scrounging up scraps and the likes. And this is going to be an all but round-defining duel for Lunari to win or lose on reset for the both of them, but Viz has the luxury of being able to escape.
Oh my goodness, Violet is all the way pressed into apartments, does get the jump on a micro, but how does she get out of this situation as the bomb goes down? She's got to live and potentially take another one with her if possible. Continues to encroach upon the balcony, but still won't pull the trigger just yet. Molly deep in the lane, stalls out this flank just a little bit longer. Bomb will be about halfway ticked until then. Viz actually had the drop on a Texas once again, and Violet is already a known quantity. So GK would either have to fight forward or fall away. Looks like it's going to be the former. They get in, but they haven't figured out where Axe is. Oh my goodness, there's 7 seconds left on the clock. They can't stick the defuse. Violet's going to try to go all the way through, and she got it just at the tail end. And Viz has just completely made a meal of it.
A 4K, no less. Violet, I mean, we gave incognito, the call to action. We pointed out there was a necessity that they continue to remain online in the way that they have. Maybe not the ace, but the round that they'll take with money being a little bit scattered, though there will be a response and a retort from incognito. No timeout for all. But what a pace changer, and one that I don't think that will set all too easily in the stomachs of incognito. There's a 3B play now, and one that I feel as it could be the right move, really the only move, as this one does go unrefragged. Oh my lord. Micro actually just blasting Lunari without a second chance.
Oh, well, Texas has a little bit of a response, but
Oh,
they're already climbing into this B bomb site here. Cross has already been made by at least one player. Deep Molly, so there can't be another fragging opportunity here for the CTs. But a boost is going to be erected here. A chance for Texas to maybe strike once again. And this flank is pretty fast, but both of those opportunities have been squandered. It's just Texas now in a 1-on-3. But incognito have stormed back yet again.
this is going to be Texas on no kit, at least not on their person. And a smoke that can be used to either shroud the bomb or keep one of these keys without vision, but all of them are still close enough to where any peek that they could make will have been spotted, and Micro will finish with a triple. It's been a little bit quiet from him. That one was a loud statement that will resound throughout the server. So, not going to cut him short. That's everything they would have wanted and more. But at that same time, it's going to be a second or two here before they can get back into action with the Girl Kissers. So if they can just humble them out in the Alta mid, that would be swell. And no dice.
Russian here from Violet. This would be nice for sure. But Catfly actually just kills Vince for free, and so does Violet. Juna goes down with nothing. Okay, but that should be the kill that surely makes this one a little easier. Oh, Texas had a real opportunity there. And Gadfly bites off a little more than could chew. And Incognito will get themselves 6.
If that 5-7 had just like a second and a half more patience, they would have just had two players walking on by and guns to grab and get out with. That would have been wicked for the Girl Kissers to recollect over at A. They'll be leaving empty-handed, though, unfortunately for them. Tried again to get your guns back for the last of the half. For the Girl Kissers have frankly not really been strangers to that concept all map long, but 5 here at B, this could be something nice if they just fully dedicate into this. The bomb a little bit far away is away from me to believe that that will be true, but then again, two players are pretty far scaled with a third throwing nades. Micro is going to do their due diligence on that boost, killing the both of them no less. So that one is a swift one. That's going to be the last of the half with at least something to speak on if you are the defense. Couple bucks given over. The last of the cash.
It's crazy how fast a half can just run away from you if you're GK. It felt like they did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of keeping themselves engaged in this defense. But despite all those clutches, they only have 4 rounds to really show for it. They're going to try their hand. I mean, if they can get 5, they'll still be happy. They still got the op-out for Violet, but a little bit more pacey on this default, at least for the first phase. Axe gets all the way up the car. And at least they can contest a B almost instantaneously. Oh, look at Violet, though.
This is a very deep angle that Tender is toying with, and actually more worried about the balcony than anything else. But hold on, it's kind of a game of chicken as to who will walk first. Tender here's the runoff. Oh, they're dead. Oh, maybe not. One shot to the back. Kevin can turn back, but even then, Tender's still on the hotkey forward. No, Violet unknown. So much the way of question marks in this round, and There will be a finish in towards A so long as they can just pinch down onto this sniper rifle that's gone eluding them. And here comes the moment of truth. If they are able to hold this line and actually see through the peripheral of that scope that there is a player, their reaction will do. Tender is out, down for the count. The bomb on the hit of Juna. Gets their kill, and hop, skip, and a jump back to the site that has one more defender left in Texas.
Shot. Has to convert, and Arcade does. Puts it into a one-on-one. This would be a 1v3 in total. The molly is good, but there's a little bit of a gap, and it's spotted by Lunari. And they just scooped together a fifth. Maybe he was considering an early wrap from lane, but either way, GK scrapped together enough on the defense. It felt like they didn't really have enough of a haul, but you know what? I think they'll be proud of what they were able to accomplish there.
Can't expect much more. Their half was, keeping in mind, on the map pick of Incognito. A respectable one, but needs to be followed up by with a pistol to close this and destroy the buffer that has been posted ahead of them. Arcade hearing and seeing just a little bit in the mix to offer up info, but nothing all too worrying for the seat.
We're gonna go charging in A here. A lot of free kills, it felt like, with how those flashes were hitting, but the kills seem to come up for the CTs. Finally, you see a little bit of yellow fill the feed. Here comes the early wrap from Viz. It's been heard, so they get off the bomb just temporarily. Smoke is split up a crossfire, but that should be both players spotted. They know both of them have made it onto the site, and they've pinned Kevin to the corner of the A bomb site, and he'll go down. So Incognito, their A anchors hold strong, stall long enough for the rotators to come in, and they all hit their marks.
Kind of feels like this one has gotten just out of control for the girl kissers, given that pistol goes awry. This is where the hot in-game leader moment on the mic is to really spell problems or resort to worst and win it, as they've done just that, throwing all their money into this, popping up through both halls as well as lane. Bomb lost in control now of Lunari, who's just trying to desperately send shots in their direction to trade, but it is not happening. It is not working. Tender has a pistol pull in. They're so low that it would probably make sense. Bomb plant. Juna does so well. A swift flick, but no kill collected, but no bomb planted is going to be all the more important, I think, to just make sure that the girl kissers are silenced for a round more.
Ooh, got a little dicey there. Felt like the bomb plant denial felt a bit extra to me, but still works out in the end. Relieves some pressure, and that apartments player can still activate. Incognito now slowly circling firm control of this map. Now Girl Crystals will have to take a near full save. They've got a lot of nades here. Hoping to use some of them, but they're dead before they can really even throw them out. And still does find one more alongside Texas before he falls. But this 2-on-3 is still very difficult when you have no armor and no utility.
They ain't got nothing. They ain't even gotten their way out through their own spawn, it feels like. Now walking their way and tiptoeing into the domain of Tender, who's looking to just put a dampening on the last of these weapons. Quick little clothesline, easy enough, and not throwing their life away in the 1 versus 3 there, where he knows he has teammates hot on the back line. 10-5. Here comes the buy and maybe a tactical timeout. Yes, GK are going to look to try and make sure that everybody knows what the move is.
Yeah, a lot lying on this buy round here for GK. Not the prettiest purchase in terms of Violet potentially getting a sniper. You want her to have everything that she could ask for with how she's been performing thus far. But 5 rifles will have to do. And on the other side of the equation is GK very happy with just sticking around with this 5 rifle setup. It wasn't really tested to them to require an AWP out of them, so it's fine. But something to think about as this continues to develop.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of like a very FarmVille build. To be honest with you, actually, now that I think about it, this game is like almost, I wouldn't say a mirror image of that last best of 3, but damn near close to the same storylines in some capacities. But Juna just going waltzing on down a casual stroll into the top ends of mid and just looking right under that porch side, leaving no vacation for the girl kissers. It's all stressed now that they're on the back foot by a player down.
They do have themselves bracket at the very least, but they are distinctly out of utility. They've got 1 smoke on the back of Violet and a couple of flashes.
Yeah, and that really ain't nothing, is it?
Not on Inferno.
God,
Minute still to play with. Yep. Say that again.
It's just a simulator at some point. It's okay as a spectator. Like, I'm cool casting it and watching it. It's really not that big a deal, but here comes Juna's big test now moment to be a little bit of a distraction, honestly, for Micro, as that will work out well enough. There is even a second player on arrival to be able to trade should they both have gone down. Only the one, and Juna, the one to actually escape it, is the craziest of it all.
That's got to be so aggravating for Lunari, not being able to trade either the Arch or the lane player. Gets free access to this Arch side wrap, though. But it's being watched by 2 players. Got a double big pit set up here. And the box out from Viz. So this is pretty much a done deal, as Juna will find the last. And Incognito rise to 11 now. Pretty much knocking on the door of a commanding Inferno victory.
Yeah, their map pick looking solid and smooth. Also very reminiscent of, or actually, no, I take that back. It's not reminiscent of the first best of 3. That was the Mirage game that it was taken by FarmVille on their opponent's map pick so smoothly. So yeah, straight out the gate on their comfort zone, looking ready and raring to go. And honestly, truthfully, like a nuke CT side being gifted and given over to them isn't going to be much more of a hope-filling conversation. But you say that they have a nuke that's worth looking at and not to be taken all too lightly, so I'll to believe you for that for now. I run into an issue now, though, that I'll bring up in a second after this round. Actually, I can do it during this round. I run into an issue now, though, where on the T side, I haven't really seen too many successful aggressive Ps for the girl kissers. We're on nuke. That is entirely necessary. Somebody who's willing to, like, break down the barricades posted by just taking a heads-up aim duel, a 50-50, if you will. No flashbangs, no secondary trade necessary, just a straight 1-to-1. And I don't really know who to point my finger to, because Violet, it would not be fair of me to do so just based on the fact that they're an AWPer alone.
Right, exactly. That's the biggest issue. Is that if you don't have an aggressive rifler to pair with the AWPer, that AWPer's potency goes down considerably, and the impact that they can have especially. But see if any of those win conditions decide to show up for themselves as this continues to develop. Micro gets a nade kill down Banana, and with that, GK don't want anything to do with retaking that part of the map. They go back into brackets where plenty of CTs here able to peruse and take pot shots before falling away.
A minute left though, and the CTs are actually kind of bankrupt on nades, but the nades really aren't where the bread and butter has come over. It's really been the shots, and even if Juna is blinded by that bank off the wall, Violet can't re-peek any further than that because they're at 24. That nade, luckily not going to collect onto them, but the lane setup is too strong, and although Kevin gets one with their back turn, there are just too many alternatives, and this is being held. 12 HP, but it could still be right spot to be. The pass on by Kevin. Maybe just barely seen at the head that had been inside of that room, but it wasn't before. It sure as hell is now. That's the map, and that's Inferno going the way of the incognito crew, and frankly, it looked perfect. It looked as it needed to. It didn't really have very many holes, didn't really need to do a whole hell of a lot of adaptation, and when it came down to that on the other side of which, they never actually made their own, the Girl Kissers, and that's where it all fell apart.
Yeah, I don't think there really even was a default for GK ever. I don't think there was really any of those systematic defaults that win you rounds just by nature of map control. And because of that, Incognito could really play around with however they wanted in terms of their CT setups. If you wanted to late retake brackets, you can. If you want to take banana with 40 seconds left on the clock, you can. And with that, it doesn't establish any sort of rhythm for the T side, and that's kind of how you see the experience of Incognito, a team that has played, or at least players that have played in international tournaments before. That showcases to me that they have done their homework. They have that already ingrained in their system, which makes it that much easier to convert a very technical map like Inferno. And now you move into Nuke, which, yes, they have not played per se, but I do still feel like their tendencies in the mid to late round could still set them up for success, and I don't necessarily know if I can see that for GK when I'm not even really seeing a default being set up ever.
I've got some talking points I'd love to get into about Nuke, but that's not for right now. That's for when we get back from this little break, about 10 minutes time. Make sure you do return for what could be the conclusion from Incognito or a T-side masterful master class from the side of the Girl Kissers. We'll be back. Alrighty, it's potentially the last map of our day, but there is a world where the Girl Kissers come out swinging, maybe with a vengeance here on the offense. But the point I wanted to bring up was the AWP as a question mark for the side of Incognito on a map such as Nuke could come into be an issue with Violet on the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, there's a bit of aggression out into this A bomb site. Micro's really making a meal of it with those dual Berettas. Isn't able to connect any of the bullets. It leaves Juna and Viz in a tough 2-on-3. Smoke isn't really clearing anything, so it actually gives a little bit of room to Juna to find one to start things off. That's a lot of damage onto a couple of players, and now the crossfire can be established, and Juna and Viz find 4 kills between the two of them.
Body
Beautiful
shot
little
city,
sequence
man.
there. Yeah, I mean, it's not pretty, but it gets the job done.
I'm down for it. I mean, look, there's very little else other than to hit their target ahead of them with the distance that was spread. It would have been a little bit inaccurate, but the damage that was done was enabling Viz in order to kind of just comfortably shoot down the same line and hope to catch one of those two players dead, headshot or not. So, the recovery is there. The Girl Kissers can't stick the landing. And it's always curious to me to see. Maybe I'll do a demo review of this. How in a best of 3, the way a team plays a map subconsciously changes in terms of like how aggressive they'll be or like the financial decisions that they'll make. So if you're a map down on Nuke, do you get a little bit more desperate? Or do you play the same as you would as if it was any other game? I'm not so sure, but I'm going to do a little deep dive on that maybe. I'm curious. I've noticed that it does tend to get a little bit more desperate though.
Yeah, most likely. And
oh man,
Juna takes care of the job there and adds a couple more to some dead bodies as a little bit of a bonus.
For good measure.
Yep. Just making sure that they're all dead. Scout for Violet to start things off will be interesting.
Could be pretty good.
Yeah.
Ready for it. Is out on yard throwing nades for the first of them. Aggressive as ever is Juna. What a pincer maneuver in the first 15. They flooded into Hut. This is insane how quickly they've gotten in that direction, but there is still Viz. He's undetected. A shoulder hill spot and a head through the wall? Okay.
Sure, and Viz still lives for a little bit longer here. Still wants to play around outside. He's been given a flash over. Actually spots out this top mini player as well. But decides to disengage. Axe will jiggle as well. But 3 players here able to get information as to what's been going on. And it'll be up to Viz to see if he can take a couple more players down in the process. Is able to still cross over. Still has a chance to put some damage in. I think he's found another lineup. Don't know how he's pulled that one together. It's just Gadfly now. Stuck at Unbreakable, looking to see if she can find something, and she does get one on the way out, but she's getting swarmed every which way. Drive by USP, upgrade for Micro, and that is a sublime start for Incognito as far as buy rounds are concerned.
And that just ain't fair.
No.
Looks like everybody found an upgrade that round. I don't believe any MP9s were left over. Yeah, look, I mean, 3 AK-47s is major buffs to their long-term game as they look to stack even more cash into their pockets. They're going to be lining them as they've got no armored opponents outside of 2 with very minimal weaponry. Utility. They can just get some easy pickings. Clean and clear will be their liftoff for this first half. 2 smokes, that's it. 1 flash left to accommodate it. And even then, a shot in the dark from Viz just to lighten the load of all the other defenders now knowing that yard is pretty clean.
And they're just going to go back to Old Faithful. Hopefully that they can get into ramp here. Another smoke available for Axed. He'll toss that one in, but I think they'll go through this one. Yeah, certainly so. There's the flash. Axe will actually flash himself. Okay, I was going to say flash himself back at the angle. Much smarter to give it up here. Now the question is, what do GK want to do with it? They're kind of waiting around here, hoping for a re-aggression. Thinking about going downstairs, but actually looking to re-evacuate and maybe go to hell? A lot of options,
Whoa,
but
that's aggressive,
not a lot of
bro.
time.
Got not really a whole many budges out from Incognito either, frankly. So it's for the best. It's just Axe reeling it back moment after moment, but there are 2 players down lower that should be able to handle this no problem. No plant. I highly doubt it. Juna is hiding in order for Viz to be able to want to take first point. Jiggle out to the glass side. Now Juna's got, okay, I was going to say an easy pair of players not exactly paying attention, but Violet's readjustment is gnarly. The bomb will be planted opposite side that side. Low, but even the spray transfer onto those players looks as needed by Micro, not denying the plant, but closing the round before any more casualties can be acquired.
Well, then Incognito will get a couple of upgrades to some AKs as well, so 3 carried on over into round 5. And GK continue to drop rounds here in the early goings. It does feel like there isn't necessarily any big splashes being made so far. Of course, they've only really had 1 gun round to play around with, so now another bite of the cherry here, and this time Violet will have the AWP. Felt like she was connecting on some shots there. That would have been nice to have the full sniper to go with it, but now she can have her wish come true.
Good work. These last few to string together successfully so much in the way of success as well as future proofing. But here comes the boom. Yard. Been a little bit of an issue when they get deeper and deeper in it. Right now, Fizz will be the first of their hurdles, whereas they've actually just trekked back in towards inner. Only 1 player left as the straggler, where Texas has been found previously. That 1v1 has not been favorable for him, but now there's 2 to worry of. As well as Micro, who can pretty easily on a swivel switch back. But everything having gone kind of silent to me screams that it would be an A exec. Micro sees them all coming through the window, an early tell that they're coming, and that bomb will be spotted at the scene. Micro, he's still here. He's not been traded by the bomb carrier, and Juna is just above in the rungs, waiting and ready to swing his Viz on the railings. There are more en route. Damage to Texas, but yeah, this Vent player I think is just going to be the shoe-in. If they try to drop, they're done for. If they try to plant, they've got 2 players ready to spring atop of them, with 1 being already in the red. It's an easy picking. Yeah,
really awkward situation now. How do you even get the bomb down without a player taking contact? And there it goes. But Viz won't face. I mean, they've spotted out where both of these players are. They should know. Now it's a question about converging. Viz got to cut down some space here, but nothing's happening. Finally, Juna nails the shot that he was looking for. Gadfly cannot swing around 180. And Incognito will again be very happy with going for one-on-one duels, considering how much cash they have moving in through the rest of this half. But it's kind of insane that nobody checks the backup floor there, and Micro is able to live for as long as he does. The flight paths were decent for sure for GK, but that's one of those positions that you at least have to half check.
They have taken flight, and it has not stopped. Incognito, even though come close to being made to bleed, Juna has been a shooter that needs to be reckoned with. Need to blow 1 of these 3 smokes. Take your pick. Oh my lord, I thought Viz killed Texas actually that time, but the tracers go in the opposite direction. That would have been wicked, but I think Texas finally getting a little bit of retribution for the bullying that's gone on in that area. But those smokes make it hard for them to help when it comes into the split. And Micro spray transfer off the back ends of Hut, straight down through the line of 2 and Mini. They get skewered and don't do the damage required. This retake will be everything for Incognito to keep up their pace. And the 5-7 rundown, bomb drop, 1 more close up. Close, no scope, won't matter. It's a round 1, and thank you, Micro.
Oh my goodness. The men The beautiful work there on the M4A4 from Micro. Huge work in terms of the double. I thought he was a dead man walking before he even shot off those first 5 bullets. And yet still, he stands tall off of Tetris. Now, a chance for Incognito to continue to lay down the pain. Another eco. No bomb plant for GK. And it just gets uglier and uglier here for this offense.
Oh my lord, Biz again being blasted. No such success is being carried over now. There's a line of players on that wall close of mini. Micro doesn't know, and they're looking to phase and fight in between it. What the hell is happening? Gun barrel not to be seen initially, but that is just another easy cleanup for Micro.
No spams, no nothing. They just let him do as he pleases, and he taps away Gadfly as well. That's a one mag quad kill virtually.
What the hell?
But this is just an unreal sequence from Micro, a guy that we've been hoping to see back in the North American scene for a bit now, and he's really making his name back into the server once again here.
Sending him to the slammer, dude. 1 and 2 kills for Tender and Axe, 7-0 up. Everyone's hogging it, man. Get off the game. Let me play a little bit. Mom said it's my turn. That's messed up. Timeout taken. About time. Really yet to get a springboard into any of these moments of reprieve on yard where they just get torn in two at the snap of a finger once the nades fly for Incognito. And honestly, it might need to be maybe even just, not that it's overcomplicated by any means, but maybe just simplify it down to like a second timing A-pop, frankly.
Just do it off rip.
Yeah,
no need to even overcomplicate it. Screw it. I think surely you've got an exec in your bag. I mean, it's not too difficult, I'd say, but again, they just want to keep going outside, which, yes, you have been getting that opening pick, but the response beyond that opening pick has been very lackluster, and that's the main issue. And now, to make matters worse, you're in a man disadvantage situation, and you haven't cleared outside. Viz is going to trigger discipline this for potentially 2, but he doesn't spot that second player. She's up above and tries to catch Viz on the fadeaway, but there's Micro, the guardian angel in mini. And again, another just terrible situation for the Girl Kissers to be in.
Yeah, an insufferable second peak to come through from that CT and Micro that will end up leaving Lunari empty-handed, trying to trade on the fallback and away. Great supportive elements going on there, and an off angle that surely doesn't get cleared. Juna has been an absolute beast in this one thus far. Nuke has been their domain, but okay, Violet will change my tune and tone as I need to put some respect on their name for the future. This round not yet done, and Viz could be an easy one to fall, but another player and a tough angle to clear. This one, though, Violet will not be prepared for. Their sixth sense wears off. Their time on this round likely wearing out now as the bomb is on Gadfly, but they're entirely known and the rotates have already arrived. One to rule them all has been Micro. That spray has been great. It's damaging, but the op will be the one to close.
Another commanding round there from Incognito. And unfortunately, another hodgepodge buy coming in for GK. And I think in this kind of situation, it's perfect to call a top pop here. You'll have plenty of money for utility. You're on max loss bonus. Why not? You have nothing to lose. Nothing a top pop hasn't fixed for many a team at every level, it feels like.
Ram into the doorway, finding a multitude of them, and even blinded, continuing their reign of terror. Still holding on for dear life are the finishing touch players now, as just quietly they'll sit amidst those smokes and back up, and inevitably that bomb being on the floor should be the finishing touch, if nothing else. All the kills culminate in defeat with Gadfly last left standing once again. Much more dire straight though.
Yeah. You can definitely say that.
I agree.
Dougal here for Gadfly. Known. But Axe nails the shot. Hasn't even really been called upon on that AWP, who's kind of odd that he's the guy that has opted in for it, but I mean, it's clearly working. They're up 9-0, so I'm not going to judge.
The 0 round count is going to become a real damning turn to the CT's beginnings, as they won't have much of a CT side to play for. They don't have any rounds to go off of. As the door's been blown, it actually comes to hurt the T's more so than anything else, because they've gone a swinging. Juna ready to bounce back if need be by Tender, but just holding for if there's anybody in the close corner, and this is a nightmare.
Oh, these are one of those games that you play every so often in like your Prem games, and you're just like, can we surrender? Is it possible? Can we get this one over with? Feels like you're playing against 6 players instead of 5.
Truthfully.
But they've still got to play on. Still got to see if they can scrap together something and potentially have something to produce for a comeback. And Lunari will need to do it herself. Let's find one player in the back of the outer yard. But the bomb still has to be recovered. And she's got to disassemble this high-low setup that's being built up there. That'll be really difficult, especially with how little time she has left on the clock.
Running all around and about to try and DM their way through this situation, but it's the undMable. Juna already on this ladder, staring straight down, no less. Has double digits. Mighty Bow, and just a couple of shots here and there that look pretty solid and stable, but it can only get you so far if it's at the hedge end of a round, and all the damage has already been done.
Couple of pistols now. I mean, if I'm GK, I'm buying every round. I don't know why we're doing the buy save thing. Like, there is just no reason for that anymore. The force buy should have been coming in a couple of rounds ago at this point, but maybe too little, too late. Potentially just giving over 11 here. The Deagles have been all right for GK. Hasn't net them around yet, obviously, but they'll try their hand in the yard again. Molly into red.
Oh, this stinks.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, it does.
Even now, maybe a moment where they can overwhelm Viz, but muscle memory on how to get out. He's blind. He will get around, but his teammates also being hit with a couple of stunners. Still hitting shots, though, and still making it worth the time that he's stuck in garage, even if solo. There is Micro, who's gone back through the smoke of his own, and through that design, they've gotten an 11th. A momentary moment of a heart rate flutter, but nothing all too serious, all things considered, given that it ends with only 2 deaths. One round to go in this half, and 2 to go before victory is outright snagged by Incognito on Girl Kisser's map choice. It has looked out of its depths.
It's one thing to have played this map a few times. It's another to feel formidable on it. Unfortunately, GK have not been that way ever since Violet has cooled off.
Oh! Whoa! See how close that shot was to the wall?
Yeah, that would have been...
Holy ghost.
That would have been brutal. 3 on 5 now. Trying to get Tender out of hut. And they do manage to do that. But now you got Micro moving through their own squeak door smoke. And he'll go 1 for 1, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, we are just kidding ourselves right now. Incognito are blowing this out of the water, and only this one player left. Axe has the op on the line at the door, already open and ready for the arrival of any member for dismembering. Incognito are on the precipice of the unspoken, the score line that shall not be named. Don't say it.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
But we're all thinking it.
But we're all thinking it. And they're living it right now. And that must not be all too much fun. This is a decider game. This is the one that will send one home and one above. Thunderpick NA has to determine one thing and one thing alone: who lives and who doesn't necessarily die, but lives a little bit sadder than the other, perhaps, as they go down over to ramp, a hop, skip, and a jump down into the lower bomb site with Axe on the closest to CZ to find the frag. Kevin already gushed, definitely needing the help, and Axe realizing that there's a pair of them, thinks better of just going out for a hands at a duel. Oh no, he had this doorway, it's a little bit awkward, player on both sides. Nexus is still gone, and this is a real chance for it to be the girl kissers first.
It's gotta be. Lunari and Kevin combined. It's Act, the former coach, in a 1-on-3, and he can't collect himself for another. So it's denied. The 13-0 will not come into fruition for Incognito. And GK will get to play a round or 2 or 3 a little bit longer now as well.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Let's see it. Try me. Try me.
Map 3 en route. It's happening. I'm calling it. So where it all goes down. I mean, they've got an unreal number of rounds they could effectively throw away right now, Incognito, and just luck themselves into one as a victory. There's no world, I'm Caster Gerstian, there's no world in where this should ever go 12 rounds straight back to a new overtime. So it would be impressive. It would be more impressive if that happened for the side of Incognito than it would be for the girl kissers, for my money.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Let's see what Incognito got in store, because they've gotten 4 players downstairs almost straight away, and there is no response timing for this whatsoever. Viz has got this AK locked and loaded, and they're all going single door here. Would have liked at least some double pressure, but at this point, they're just going to get out of
guarantee a plant
for free. Yeah, it is a plant for sure. And now Texas is gonna get swarmed. No. I think it might be done. I can't.
No, don't say that to me right now. I can't. There's 3 players still on the site, one as an AK being Viz. That is going to be the player that really changes it all for my money. And Axe going down complicates it all from that stage where they're soft. Soft will only do you so much good. Viz's clutch is going to have to be a career-worthy one as he's already put his crosser back to the player down low. All right, make my heart rate rise for only a second there. A split one at that, but it's still around 1. Buy the CTs, the bomb to be planted, but will they just buy again? I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they did. Just have some fun.
Yeah, I totally would. I mean, they're using their outside control very effectively. They got downstairs. They got a plant in a 5-on-4. That should be a conversion, but they had a couple too many lurks, I would say. You had an outer yard lurk and then a player in ramp that was kind of sitting alone for a little bit. But in any case, they've still got a bit of potency behind this. Viz still has got his AK. And they can still throw these outer yard smokes. Yeah, this is smart. This is a nice little adaptation from Texas to kick open the smoke, but Viz catches it before it plumes. Huge kill to get. The outer yard, again, just being a pertinent problem throughout this game for the girl kissers, and now those woes will continue. It doesn't matter the half. Violet is here to restore a little bit of normality. To put it into a 3-on-4.
What the heck?
I know, it's insane. I don't even know where they've gotten these nades from, considering that a whole L block smoke set out.
Does Kevin go cleared? I'm not so sure. but they themselves are going to be walking into the
no.
lines then, where a number of players are awaiting their arrival, and there is the Lunari jump around, though, the Tech-9. It takes away just enough of the accuracy. Come that Deagle around from spawn, he will be the one to finish maybe not only that kill, but this map, as Violet is on the ground level with their knife in their hand, and this is 13-2. No, okay, maybe I'm a little bit ahead of myself. I didn't think the speed of Violet, once more misjudging what they're capable of, and I'm gonna bite my tongue from doing that again. I seem to be continuously hitting my head against that brick wall, but Girl Kissers are gonna need to break through it now with 49 HP and a sniper rifle to find the pair of the McKit at the very least, and a smoke to accompany it. Glass isn't broken, need to get through now. It's broken out, hop over and around, but ready on the opposite edge and holding for you before you ever even hit the floor. Your body is limp, in 13-2, a 2-0 for the side of Incognito as they move forward.
Yeah, just an outclassing, right? And in every sense of the word, it didn't really feel like there was a real understanding of the map from the Girl Kissers. I'm surprised because it's not like they were lacking in terms of opening kills, at least towards the start of the first half. But it was really, what did they want to do with it being the ultimate problem. And the fact that they didn't have those ideas in place just yet shows the difference in skill and experience of the Incognito side and what we saw from GK.
Oh, sure, but also talking about the CT side, multi-fraggers on Yard being Viz and Micro, and Juna actually for that matter, kind of just periodically changing who of those players was going to be relied upon to find 2, if not 3 in positions where frankly maybe even 1 is too much to ask for. But given the fact that they were looking as accurate as they were, as confident as they were, there was very little that could have been done to stop them or any other team in that sort of a I see red mindset. It never really let up off the gas pedal, honestly, truthfully, and we saw that they were flooding into the first like 15 seconds in sort of lobby, you know, getting somebody pressed up against the edge, whether it be of red or all the way up in the front of the blue bin, and then being able to just bait for long enough to find a kill and call it clear. It was wicked how many times they were able to just take control of the map with there not really being much to stop them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's gonna do it. That we've finally decided every team that should be into the playoffs now. We send Incognito through the deciders, we send FarmVille through the deciders, and we've got Aether and InControl as our other group advancers. And we've got our bracket actually ready for us as well, which is super exciting. Unfortunately, Boss has disintegrated, so Aether does get a forfeit victory to move on. But honestly, I'm very excited to watch more Aether, and I will be excited to see them potentially go up against Wildcard, who have been on an international tear. They'll have to go up against FarmVille, but I think they'll be looking good there. Same goes for M80. In all honesty, Tony, I'm just going to be the biased North American fan. I just want to see an M80 wildcard final.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm entirely with you on that one. I think that's what everybody is hoping for, but I will actually add that I think a wildcard Aether game is going to be an exciting one, and maybe not as foregone a conclusion as you would think, but certainly an uphill battle for Aether nonetheless, coming off a hot victory at that Fragadelphia 20 that they had just played, or Frag 20 more accurately for Wildcard 2. But that's going to be it for us. That's going to be it for these games, and that's going to be it for a wonderful day of Thunderpick North American games. It's been a pleasure. 2-0s all around as we do find ourselves in the hot trot towards the finals. We'll see who will determine themselves the champions in a couple of days' time. But until then, my name has been Wyanot, accompanied by Paladin, and as per usual, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you again real soon.